Muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this second day of the 8th Gastronomy Forum. Welcome to San Sebastian, and I would also like to welcome all the people that are gathering through YouTube.
Member interpretation is available on Channel 1 for Spanish and Channel 3 for English. We also encourage you to join the conversation on social media and use the official hashtags WFGT2023. Para dar comienzo a la jornada, me gustaría invitar al escenario.
I'd like to ask to Sandra Carbao to come on stage. Sandra Carbao. Sandra is the Director of Tourism, Market Intelligence and Competitiveness at the UNWTO, and David Mora, Coordinator of the Master's Degree in Gastronomy Tourism at the Basque Culinary Center. So,
I know it's challenging after the fantastic dinner that we had the pleasure of enjoying yesterday. I want to ask a round of applause to the Basque Culinary Center for the great experience of last night. Thank you for the tour of the amazing Basque flavors we had. This morning's session is a little bit to hear from you. What are your views on some of the issues that we've been discussing? So more than us sharing, it's you sharing with us. So I will pass the floor to David, who will explain what we will do during the next 20-25 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Sandra. Good morning, everyone. Egunon. Buenos días a todos y todas. La idea es...
The idea is, as Sandra said, we're going to start this day with some involvement. Well, here you've got
in the conversation, we're going to ask you a few questions, of course, regarding gastronomy tourism and some open questions. So you can whether insert the code 6916357, go into menti.com, or you can, of course, you can also scan this QR code. So we're going to give you a couple of minutes so that you can join the conversation on Menti.
Perfect.
Okay.
If anyone is following us, hopefully on YouTube around the world, also please feel free to just enter menti.com and use the code 6916357 so that we can widen this discussion a little bit more even.
And the winner gets a cheesecake portion.
Oh my God, can I participate?
We ran out of cheesecake yesterday. No.
It's unfair, I don't have a mobile phone to participate.
Oh, yeah, I think
Shall we go? Okay.
Así que primera pregunta, what is food?
First question, what is food for you? One word in English? Well, this is the first question, so I'd like you to share your answers with us.
Okay, culture is winning for now. Life.
Parece.
Pleasure. Very good. We have 68 participants so far, so come on.
Good.
Let's get...
We have the code on top of the screen in case somebody gets kicked out of the Menti. Okay, so we've got life, culture, pleasure. Actually, yesterday we were having the conversation, somos lo que comemos, comemos lo que somos. Obviously, what we eat is also means health. You know, we have this gut-brain axis, so the better you eat, the better you will feel.
Very good. So definitely between life, culture, and pleasure.
And a lot of love.
And a lot of love.
Okay.
And joy, which goes along with identities, is getting higher in the list as well. So community, happiness.
Cabbage. Somebody got inspired by the picture. Myself. Emociones. Traditions. Yeah. Saúde.
Very good. Anyone that didn't manage to enter or vote within the room? Yeah, we're all more or less there. Okay, I think we have 3 winners.
Yeah. Life, culture, identity also. And
identity,
pleasure.
Definitely. Identity, culture, life, and pleasure. So I think we all agree identity is definitely at the heart of our
Best tourism villages is in the house. Yeah.
There you go. And life. Oh, pleasure and culture are gaining. Okay, there's still voting coming in.
We will download the results afterwards in case anyone wants to have
and
them.
we will share the results afterwards as well for everyone that wants to have them. So next is what is for you gastronomy tourism, and you can only vote on 2 options. Fine dining, casual dining, street food, cooking classes, visiting food industries, learning about the origins and the producers, food markets, food-related events, which are growing more and more, guided tours, tastings, landscape, or any other. So let's see what is gastronomy tourism for you. Origin producers leading the way, very clearly so far.
Yeah, surprising. Yeah. Back to the roots.
Back to the roots. Street food as well, so very much connected with community and local food as well. Food markets, same line. Definitely learning about the origins and the producers is very much ahead. So there's definitely an area to develop further.
But there's actually a learning. That's something we have to pay more attention to. We have to focus more on helping producers to prepare to. I mean, food markets also raise some concerns about management of and some over-tourism issues already, some markets. Not fine dining. Oh.
I think we definitely have a clear winner here. So learning about the origins and the producers, so very much more developing experience that are directly connected with the producers. Yesterday, the representative from Switzerland talked about how difficult sometimes it is to engage producers, obviously, in some of the activities. So it's an interesting challenge how to address that. And food markets and street food, which at the end very much round the same.
The circle, the loop, yeah.
Very good. Shall we go next, David?
So, well, you said that the producers are important, well, very important, and that's why also the motto of this forum was back to the roots. And what can we do now to empower producers? Because they are still a struggle to actually become a tourist offer. Help them to be in the market, like be more market ready, invest in their facilities, customer care, foreign languages, hire specialized staff, training, of course, there's a shortage of staff, help them to design more experiential tourist products, opening hours, tourists tend to go on the weekend to places, connection with the hospitality sector and legislation.
So product development is so far the biggest challenge. How do we develop and support producers to actually offer and market their product? Connection with the hospitality sector. Also, some of the discussions yesterday touched this point, how to connect the producer with the restaurants and the rest of the ecosystem in hospitality. Legislation and staff, specialized staffed and training?
Yeah, legislation, for example, with fishing-related activities, at least here in Spain, we have some concerns if whether tourists can go aboard or not. So some of the activities are really impacted by legislation.
Yeah, also safety and security concerns, how to actually adapt legislation and regulation to ensure that both are secure in the experience, but product development definitely very much ahead. Okay, so we have our homework.
Yep.
Product development, connection with the hospitality sector, talent, marketing, investing in facilities, and legislation, very much the top issues that come to this group of experts.
Yeah, true experts. So you said this relationship with hospitality is difficult, so now challenges to strengthen that connection.
This was not foreseen, so actually it's very much in line, the next one, with the answers. So what are the challenges to strengthen the connection between producers and chefs, for example? And first option, the lack of interest from producers themselves. Not enough production, which is often a challenge, not enough capacity to deliver in the needs that the chefs might have, or in this case, the hospitality sector. Not profitable for producers, too expensive for restaurants. Restaurants don't respect seasons, and we simply don't know each other. So that connection doesn't exist. There's no systems that allow for them to be working together. Each of them works in their own silos. So we simply don't know each other is currently ahead. Not profitable for producers, that's interesting. You would expect that it would be more profitable maybe than going to bigger systems.
Food system is tricky, that is true. There are some others, so maybe afterwards some of you, if anyone wants to speak up and give us those other reasons, but it's true that that lack of communication, maybe that's something that destinations could enhance, like try to bring them together.
Yeah. I think it's actually very interesting because it's probably one of the easiest challenges to tackle. We simply don't know each other. So it's really the creation of systems that allow for that communication to happen. And then not profitable for producers. I think that's interesting to explore more. How can that be addressed? And also that restaurants don't respect seasons and not enough production, which is often an issue that comes up very, very, very strongly.
Well, we have one question there. I don't know.
We do. I don't know.
Yeah, there's the interrogation mark. I don't know if we have the time for open questions. We can discuss
I think it disappeared. No, there is one there.
Is it?
Anyone has a question or comment? Yeah, can we have a microphone over there, please?
Yeah, I think you have one of the biggest reasons missing, which is consolidated purchasing, centralized purchasing, because it prevents chefs connecting with local producers, because pricing and everything has already been agreed centralized, which is why large hotel groups and so on don't communicate so well with small producers and stuff.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you so much for that input. So definitely the fact that there is a centralized buying, I wouldn't call it a monopoly, but almost, and that actually stops the direct connection. And there's also another comment there. The microphone is behind you.
Yes, I think also the logistic is very difficult. We have a lot of restaurants and producers all over France, which is a small country. And the logistic is very different. Sometimes restaurant and producer want to work together, but the logistic is impossible and too expensive, and no one, neither the chef, neither the producer want to pay for the logistic. And the second thing, there is also some producer who don't want to work with chef because they don't pay correctly, or they don't pay at all, or they don't pay on time.
Very interesting. Logistics, but I think definitely one very key element, particularly when we're talking about long distances and not good infrastructure connection. And then the fair paying, fair paying, and also the paying on time. So definitely others touched by two colleagues here.
Yeah, maybe the implementation of circular economy projects on rural destinations can, let's say, make loops or cycles closer, and could be also a consequence of making them get to know themselves better. So could be good action to improve and tackle that. Great, thank you for your questions.
Thank you. So next.
Yeah, food waste. We're going to have a panel afterwards. You know, WTO has also an initiative to tackle and to reduce food waste. It's one of the, let's say, easiest, is actually hanging fruit to reduce emissions. What are you already, guys, doing to reduce and to address food waste in your organizations, in your destinations, in your company? So we have menu engineering, so cycling menus so that you can freeze and keep food, reduce portions, educate your customers not to, for example, buffet, train staff, recycle, composting, digitalization. They are already in the market, very interesting AI solutions. More plant-based options. As you know, a vegan diet is always less polluting than an animal-based diet. Having an own orchard or feeding animals with diet compost, educate providers or others.
Okay, so we have recycling, composting, leading. Educate consumers as second option in terms of what each of you is doing to address food waste. Educate providers, menu engineering, I think it's clear that the recycling composting is very clearly the most common measure.
Well, you know, in the cycle, recycling will always be the last option, so we have to try to reduce initially up in the line, but it's good that we can also compost and then introduce that resource again into the cycle.
Yeah, be interesting to know how the raising awareness with consumers is happening, because I think that's probably one of the biggest challenges that exists in terms of consumer behavior. But apparently it is one of the most used activities as well. And we will be able to learn more from the panel on food waste. And I'm sure some of these ideas will come back again, and hopefully others, and we'll hear from your comments as well. So next, we want to know, how do you see the future of gastronomy tourism? Extremely promising, very promising, similar to other segments of the market. This is a good option. Do know me. I'm pessimistic. And why am I here? So if you have that doubt, very good, very promising. I'm pessimistic. Oh, it's too pessimistic in the room. Well, it's good to see that in a gastronomy tourism forum, most of the people are very optimistic. So definitely the prospects are better than other segments of the tourism sector. And most of you think it's either extremely promising or very promising.
Cool.
So we're going to go a step further. For those of you who see it very promising, what are the major challenges in the future? Environmental sustainability, shortage of staff, coordination among all actors, which we spoke before often, social sustainability, over-tourism, quote unquote, price inflation, foodification and loss of authenticity, which is also one of the issues that came yesterday. We're talking about community and how to adapt to tourism demand.
Yeah, well, we know these challenges are not caused directly by gastronomy tourism. They are like structural problems of the tourism industry as a whole, but we are impacted both by them.
So for now, environmental sustainability, so have a lot of discussions in the next panel about that. Coordination, so definitely, again, when we're talking about not talking to each other, comes again very high, the impact on the social fabrics of the destinations and the carrying capacity of destinations in social terms, loss of authenticity. So very much, actually, when you look about it, it's about the issue of social and environmental sustainability really are ahead, I would say.
Yeah, but
it's interesting, the price inflation, not so much as
maybe
other
now
issues.
it's not so high as it was last year. But loss of authenticity and foodification, that's something that destinations, in case they have a good governance, that we can try to diminish.
Perfect. We move ahead.
Thank you.
Okay. So
yeah, we're finishing now.
We're finishing.
Your priorities.
Maximum 1-2 words. Your main priorities for the development of gastronomy tourism. Telling stories, coordination. There we go again. Coordination, talking to each other. Governance, very strongly. Inclusion. Sustainability, very much in line with the previous challenges. Cooperation, synergies, promotion.
Oh, a lot of homework.
Education, there you are. Authenticity, again, very much what we were talking about in terms of ensuring the authenticity.
Well, education in the very center, that's also promising for BCC. It's interesting.
Definitely education, coordination, education, sustainability, and authenticity.
Well, a lot of very interesting topics here.
Perfect. So education, authenticity, sustainability, and coordination, I think, mark what your priorities are. And finally, we're reaching the last question, and the timer tells us we're late. So topics for the next forum. We want to ensure that what we plan is what is important for the people engaged in these discussions and relevant. So what topics would you like to see us tackling in 2024 Gastronomy Forum? Culture and food, storytelling, very good. Sustainability, circular economy, so a bigger focus on sustainability, plant-based diet, marketing. Education again, storytelling, which goes very much in line with marketing as well.
Oh, we're going to need a longer forum, 4 days, to cover all these topics.
Very good. So I think definitely there's a big focus on education, marketing, storytelling, and sustainability for now.
Tools for producers could be a good continuation of this year's
Strategy,
forum.
Technology.
Inclusion.
Very good. I think we have it.
We have the program for next year.
We have one
Thank you very
definite
much.
for next year. Thank you very much for your contribution, and I hope you see reflected yourselves here. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Yeah. Back to you, Alona.
Thank you very much, Sandra, David. I'm sure that not only the international attendees, but also all the participants who are watching from every part of the world have learned a lot from this session. Next up, innovation, startups, and how we can scale them up while ensuring revenue, cultural preservation, and sustainability. The UNWTO Gastronomy Pitch Challenge will showcase selected finalists from UNWTO Startup Competition who will pitch their ideas to you and the jury. To guide us through this session, please welcome Glenn Kauenbergers, UNWTO's Innovation Specialist, and Ander Lopez Delgado, Entrepreneurship Manager at the Basque Culinary Center.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I know my last name is a little bit complicated. So thank you for joining us in session 3, full of innovation, dynamic startups, and overall entrepreneurship. Today we'll be hearing from 5 startups we've selected from previous UNWTO startup competitions that are accelerating the Sustainable Development Goals. I would also like to give everybody a warm welcome from Natalia Bayona, our Executive Director, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. Innovation and gastronomy go hand in hand, and thanks to the Basque Culinary Center, we've had 3 successful competitions that were able to accelerate tourism, startups, and gastronomy. Over the past years, we've done 3 successful competitions that had over 700 applications from 100 countries. Currently, thanks to this, 15% of the UNWTO Innovation Network works now on gastronomy tourism.
Welcome everyone, Ongi Etorri. Thank you very much. I'm Ander Lopez, Entrepreneurship Manager at the Basque Culinary Center, and it's a pleasure always to do this competition with our friends, our partners of the United Nations. We have done in several countries, several years, but always with the same purpose, to search the best startups all over the world that are facing with technology and innovation challenges in gastronomy tourism. You are going to see that today we have selected, as Glenn has said, 5 startups from all over the world that are in different areas, but always related with problems and challenges in the gastronomy tourism ambience. We would like to repeat to the startups. The competition will be 4 minutes of pitch, and finally we will select a winner. Again, thank you everyone for coming to our lovely city of San Sebastian, to the Basque Country, and I hope you enjoy not only the startup competition, but also our region and our country. Thank you very much. Eskerrik asko. First of all, I would like to welcome Jose Luis from ShareChef, startup from Ecuador that they are resolving the challenge between chefs and consumers. So welcome and good luck.
Well, good morning, everyone. Before I start my presentation and introduce myself, I would like to ask you a couple of questions. What is the perfect service, and how can we achieve it? What if I tell you that the perfect service is when your customers don't have to think about anything and just enjoy? And how can we achieve that? Only by listening and focusing on their details. My name is Jose Luis Vegas, and I'm the founder of SerChef. SerChef is a digital platform that connects the best food and beverage professionals in the world with customers, creating cultural and gastronomic experiences in the luxury and ultra-luxury market. What have we seen? That people have a struggle, and people struggle finding experiences with cultural connections. And authentic culinary traditions are more difficult and are at risk to find every time. And planning a special culinary experience, it's complicated and time-consuming. So what do we propose? We bring our customers through a cultural journey by preserving traditions and bringing them into immersed dining experiences in their homes, in corporate offices, and in unique places. And we make it very simple for them. Our service, or how do we do this, is by having the best professionals and our chefs share cultural stories behind every dish with unique gastronomic adventures that immerse them in a cultural journey, blending gastronomy with music, art, and performances. The impact that we have until now, and one of the things that we have to mention is that we're in Ecuador, Switzerland, and right now in Spain. And we have an 85% satisfaction rate that's growing, a 30% annual increase in our revenue, and a 70% of repeat guests. Our business model is focused on a marketplace where we have a fee with every transaction or with every experience that we have. But we multiply our income as well by having partnerships and sponsorships. And again, we have a unique approach with the gastronomy, art, music, and cultural experiences. We have a great market validation where we have the best companies or the best luxury companies in the market, the best professionals in the food and beverage industry, and we were one of the winners of the Hospitality Challenge in 2021 by the UNWTO. Finally, we have our team. And our team is composed of different experts, business, managers, food and beverage professionals, consultant professionals, commercial professionals, and of course, marketing and PR. Now, I would like to show you a small video of one of our experiences where we brought an expert of tea from China. And the interesting thing about this is that she brought teas from trees that have more than 3,000 years. More than 2,000 years. So it's something extremely unique and memorable, and that's what we want to do with our experiences. We want our customers to feel that with us, they will have a unique and memorable experiences. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the video. This is our chef, where experiences make tailor-made. Thank you so much.
Jose Luis. So up next is Ole Chef, a startup and application that is empowering women through culinary and local tourism. So Rama, please join us on the stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rama Konate. I am co-founder and CEO of Ole Chef, a food tech startup located in Paris, France. And I would like to introduce you Bundao and Sebastian. Bundao is a 52-year-old housewife, and she is a very good cook. But unfortunately, there are too many obstacles for her to access the restaurant industry. Sebastian has two passions: food and travel. However, it isn't always easy for him to find authentic meals in restaurants in the countries he's visiting. Most of the time, all restaurants offer similar menus without much diversity. These characters are not fictional. In fact, I know their stories because Bundao is my auntie and Sebastian is my best friend. There are other millions of Bundao and Sebastian around the world. And if you look around you, you may find people like them. This is why we are building Ole Chef, a marketplace that connects home chefs with customers. It gives the opportunity to any woman who knows how to cook to achieve a financial independence by selling homemade dishes to tourists and customers in their community. We know that people want what we are building because we initiated an offline proof of concept in January 2023 with 3 chefs. Each chef cooks 50 meals daily, and we sell them at Chez Terena, our physical marketplace. Therefore, we have decided to expand our client base and attract more chefs by taking the concept online. We have successfully developed the initial version of our solution, and we are currently in the testing phase. Ole Chef is user-friendly. Chefs can easily sign up, create their virtual restaurants, list their meals, and after a training in food safety, they can start selling. Local customers can place their orders via the mobile application and receive delivery. Tourists can use a mobile application to search for meals or chefs near their hotel or Airbnb. They can choose the date and time they want to dine at the chef place and place their orders. When the food is ready, they will receive a notification. We have a business model with two revenue streams, a 25% commission on every order, and the sales of packaging and main ingredients to our chefs. The team behind Ole Chef consists of Zakaria, Tito, and myself. Additionally, we are fortunate to have 3 advisors. Together, we form a dynamic and cohesive team with extensive experience in various domains, including technology, finance, culinary arts, and sales. At Ole Chef, we strongly believe that the future of tourism lies in social impact tourism. Indeed, socially conscious tourism is on the rise, as travelers desire to immerse themselves in authentic local cultures, engage with communities, and make a positive difference. And with your support, we have the potential to bring about meaningful change. We can create economic opportunities for thousands of housewives, enabling them to achieve a financial independence and enhance the well-being of their families. Additionally, we can contribute to healthier communities by providing access to affordable homemade dishes. Thank you for considering our vision and joining us on this journey.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have our third startup. I want to welcome Adrian from Morocco. He's going to explain you how to reduce and improve the Moroccan food culture. So welcome to stage and good luck.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. So I would like to introduce myself. I'm Adrian, and I will present you my project, which is Mashi Mushkil. So 2 years ago, I put Digital Nomad Morocco in Google, and I discovered the city of Tarazout. Tarazout is located in the center of Morocco, and it's a fisherman village and a surf destination. We have like 14 surf spots all around the coast. So, okay, we have a problem on this, but it's okay. So we have 82, in the first trimester, we have 82,000 people coming in Tarazout. And we have 10% more than the previous the COVID in 2019. So this is Tarazout. So what kind of customers that we have over there is like Jason, someone that is like remote web developer and is a surfer also, and he wants to surf to discover the Moroccan culture, and he wants to be secure and want to have local tips. But we have a big problem. We have a lack of diversity in food. We have some Moroccan food, but not that much, which is weird, but it's dominated by the snacking pizza and burgers. That's what the topic of yesterday, and it's a reality in our village. By the way, I moved over there and I live over there since 2 years. So that's why I've created Mashi Mushkil. Mashi Mushkil is a brand that is like, want to propose an experience of Moroccan culture. So we have like Moroccan street food, and the idea is to give to Jason easy to take away on the surf spot food. And I'm happy that street food was one of the best answer in the previous talk. And the idea is to also for Jason to bring him some souvenir from Morocco. So what we are doing renzubnin. You probably know couscous and tagine. You maybe know tangia, sfa or fissa in Morocco, but you don't know renzubnin. Renzubnin is one of the best street food in Morocco. And this is what I'm creating, actually. This is the menu. We have 5 things on the menu. And this is made of sardine kefta. What's the business model? At first, we start with I start in the street with this food cart over there. And after this, like during 3 months this summer, I was at the Hyatt Place hotel, like serving the food. The idea is to bring like the vibe of Tarazout inside the hotel because it's a big chain Hyatt Place, and we have a lot of success over there. It was amazing. But the next step is going to be to have like a central kitchen in the city, and then after this is like already to serve Jason on the surf spot with some kiosk all along the coast, and maybe some kiosk in the national, in all over Morocco. Then some content creation, and then creating a brand of terroir product at international, like Amlou, argan oil, or Oni. What's the impact? Touristic, of course, with this. We're going to spread the Moroccan culture, ecologic. We're going to hire some local suppliers for the food. The packaging is biodegradable. Social, because we're going to employ a women cooperative for argan oil, for example. And then we're going to have formation for young people through digital video platform. Also, we're going to have, it's easy for like young students to have like flexible job for finance their studies. Who I am, I'm Adrien. I've been like in 10 years in marketing, and since 5 years in food business, digital marketing. I'm looking for an associate, an operational, a chef. And so far, so we spent 3 months in Hyatt Place. I have had an interview in Telkel, a big magazine in Morocco, and I have like a big community on Instagram, like 14K, with some reels, with 500,000 views. That's it. Thank you very much. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Adrien. Next up is Eatin from Spain, a startup that is reducing waste by filling a restaurant from hotels. Blanca, take it away.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much to the World Tourism Organization and the Basque Culinary Center for the great opportunity. My name is Blanca Bartolomé, and I'm the CEO and co-founder from Eatin. Eatin is about connecting hotel gastronomy and sustainable profitability growth. The big numbers, everybody knows the problem. The hotel industry every year produces almost 80 tons of food waste, which means approximately 7 billion value of food produced and never consumed by the hotel guest. What's the problem? The hotel restaurant have to be open even if the occupancy from the hotel is low. That's not only about food waste, it's only about resources like energy and human resources. So what does Eatin do about this? Eatin brings non-staying customers to the hotel restaurant, increasing the seats, the places in the restaurant, and also avoid this food waste and all the resources that we use for these operations. And we provide a solution for all parties. It is very simple and easy. The hotel enjoy Eatin. Eatin promotes these hotel restaurants and give the possibility to the hotel to change the price and the reservation slot. Customer enjoy this through the reservation and dining at the hotel, because the gastronomy in the hotel in the last time they are very, very well, and we have the very nice and very best chef and the hotel. And the hotel improve efficiency, reducing this waste and the use and resources used. Local agencies and associations promote among members the ecosystem to drive local policy and economy in their communities. But I'm not the only one that believes in eating. There are, in about 1 year, we have about 60 hotels that trust us, and we have almost 1,000 customers that love eating. So let's get impacting. Thank you for your attention or your time. Yep.
Thank you. And well, we have reached to an end. I hope you have enjoyed all the startups. We have our last startup. I welcome directly from Spain, and it's going to be José Luis from EcoFoodies. So welcome to the stage and good luck. Suerte.
Thank you very much, Ander, and thank you also to Glenn for the invitation to this great event. Also thank you to Basque Culinary Center for yesterday's dinner and all these beautiful dishes we are having these days. My name is José Luis Santos. I am the CEO of EcoFoodies, sustainability certification for restaurants. And probably the first question is, what is sustainability? I have seen in the previous exercise, in the previous session, that is one of the key priorities you have voted, right? But probably if we try to align on what is sustainability, it will not be that easy to align on what it is, right? What we aim at EcoFoodies is to have a clear framework on how we can act and how restaurants can become more sustainable, right? And we have decided 3 axes: environmental impact, animal welfare, and human health as a basic framework, as said. Let's take a look to some figures. Hopefully they can be a bit eye-opening and can give you an idea of what is the magnitude of the challenge we have ahead. First, in terms of environmental impact, food production is the largest CO2 producer across all human activities. It accounts for more than 35% of the total greenhouse gas emissions that we produce. So the greatest number across all human activities. Second, in terms of animal welfare, since the moment I started speaking, more than 1,000 cows have been slaughtered, more than 2,000 sheep, more than 3,000 pigs, and more than 140,000 chicken. I always say that it's fair that we eat animals, but we need to treat them better. We need to try to treat them better. In terms of human health, we are not conscious, but human health is related to 20% of human deaths. What we eat is the most contributor to our own health, so we need to take that into account. Let's look at some examples. I think this was not the latest presentation we have updated, but let's look at this one. Yeah. So in terms of environmental impact, we have decided, for instance, 2 activities, right, to focus on. One of them is food waste. Food waste accounts for 1/3. 1/3 of the food that is produced is thrown away. This accounts for 10% of the total CO2 emissions that are thrown to trash. Second, in terms of animal welfare, we had the possibility to choose. For instance, in terms of eggs, I'm going to speak about eggs because it's my favorite food, eggs with potatoes. In terms of eggs, we can decide if we eat eggs from hens that are fairly treated or eggs from caged hens. If you look at any of the eggs we eat, we will see a number, a series of numbers. Take a look to the first one, the first number. If it's a 3, it's a caged hen. If it's a 0 or 1, it's a hen that has been created on freedom. If we knew what is behind, probably we would always try to eat eggs from free hens, right? In terms of human health, Harvard, not myself, Harvard, says that we need to eat more vegetables. In Occident, in our countries, we eat 7 times more meat than we should from a human health perspective. So taking into account what we eat will also improve our health, right? So finally, I invite you into a challenge, right? Every time we eat something, let's recall these figures, right? And let's try to take into account what is the impact our food has left behind, and what also is the impact that it will leave inside of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all 5 of you, for these wonderful presentations. Now I would like to call up the floor Leticia Laufer from Alpitour World, who has powered this session.
Thank you, Glenn. Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here one more year. Congratulations, first of all, to all the finalists. And I'm here representing Alpitour Group. Alpitour Group, this is the first time that is supporting this startup competition. It's the largest and leading tourism group in Italy. They have 2,500 travel agencies, airline, a lot of hotels, and now are very involved to support all the initiatives and events, and mainly this startup competition supporting the UNWTO with all these events. Next year, the next edition of the gastronomy competition, also the SDGs competition and event. And in this moment, I'm coming from the former hub, Wakalua, and now with Alpitour Group, we are creating the largest tourism hub, and we want to involve not only the entrepreneurs, also governments, large corporations, and because all of these years we have had a lot of success with more than 15,000 applications from 160 countries, it's time to make the change, helping the matching and putting in contact the startups and the best solution and talent with the corporation and the government. That's why maybe next January is going to be announced in Fitur Framework, our hub. And in this moment, we are looking for the main partners and collaborators. We are going to work for sure very close with the UNWTO, and we hope to work together also in this amazing project. We are working on it. But we have open doors to all of you who wants to participate with us to support the startups, try to find investment, and also the most important thing is to contact the talent with the corporation and governments, not only with investment, but we have to do things to come real as soon as possible, and with large corporations. Thank you very much, and congratulations again for your amazing projects.
Thank you very much, Leticia. Now, before announcing the winner, Ander and I would like to officially launch the fourth gastronomy startup competition. The link for application will be open as from now, and you will be able to also apply via the webpage, the social media, etc. So, Ander, I don't know if you would like to add something.
Yeah, this is it's going to be the same competition from now on. Every startup regarding gastronomy tourism, they can apply to the next year competitions, and during this year we will select the next 5 finalists that next year in the next international forum they will present again. So I encourage everyone, startups, partners, corporations, investors, to apply or to send our startups to apply, and good luck again.
We will now watch a video of the launch.
Through gastronomy, we discover new worlds, flavors, and emotions. experiences that are deepened thanks to tourism and multiplied through technology. Gastronomy tourism is a sector with big opportunities for development that stimulates entrepreneurship and innovation. The World Tourism Organization and Basque Culinary Center join together to launch the first global competition for gastronomy tourism startups. Gastronomy tourism has also proven key for creating jobs, driving rural development, and fostering global understanding. We seek innovation projects with a disruptive and open vision. Projects that are capable of revolutionizing the gastronomy tourism sector through different perspectives. New technologies, local impact, sustainability, and waste. The selected startups will receive UNWTO's and top partners' mentorship, support, access to the UNWTO Innovation Network, investment and scholarships opportunities. In this edition, you'll pitch your project at the 9th UNWTO Gastronomy Tourism Forum in San Sebastian. Access the facilities at Lave Digital Gastronomy Lab for 6 months. Participate in the upcoming edition of Culinary Action and take advantage of the advanced plan of the Go Digital community for 6 months, the first digital community within the 360D gastronomy sector. Help us build the future of gastronomy tourism.
Okay, so thank you everyone for coming, for the startups for presenting, and we have reached to the hardest part, that is to select a winner. For us, it's the hardest part because for us, everyone is a winner because we like from the Basque Culinary Center to give them access to our mentors, to our facilities, to our professors, investigators, but this is a startup competition and we need to select a winner. And the finalist and the winner of this year's startup competition is Ole Chefs.
Thank you. I would like to call Sandra to the stage as well for the award
prize.
Okay, thank you.
Sandra.
Merci.
Okay.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And now I would like to call all the startups again to the stage for a last
need to
picture
stay.
and also another trophy moment.
The rest
So
we
please
give
come
them.
on.
So big applause for the other startups. Finalists.
Guys, podéis subir.
We have more space. This one. Okay. So the last picture.
Thank you. Maybe last one from the startups alone?
Yeah, just the startups.
José Luis.
Okay, perfect. So thank you, everyone. And as said, we welcome all the startups to participate to next year's startup competition. And thanks again for coming. Eskerrik asko.
Congratulations. Gracias, Glenn. Gracias.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Ander. Well, it is true that it's very inspiring to see all these startups. Well, we are going to talk about the digital tools now and how these digital tools can help us to convey the message. We are going to explore the potential of communication of digital tools and the social media to inspire new experiences in gastronomy tourism. So I invite to the stage Rafael Tonon, coordinator of the Master in Gastronomy, Communication and Journalism at the Basque Culinary Center. Good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to talk about communication and how we try to tell our stories in this world. I don't know where I have the remote control for the slides. Well, when I was invited to come to talk here, I thought this was a big challenge because I don't want to teach people how they have to communicate their stories and their businesses. But, well, I've been asked to talk about digital tools and how we tell stories and how we do it to communicate. So it's very important to think that we all are storytellers. And how we tell stories is what matters. How we reach new people, how we make people, how we make the message to reach new people. So I'm going to talk about the significance, to explore the power of digital strategies of communication to connect different palates, inspire culinary travels, and improve gastronomy tourism experiences. I try to bring with me some inspiration as a journalist and traveler to see how we can communicate in a better way our stories. So to talk about who I am, well, my biography is not important here, but I wanted to bring this picture because I've just been awarded a prize, Best Food Traveler, by the City Council of a municipality in Catalonia. And in my opinion, it's very interesting to have an award as such, Best Food Traveler. We are just giving an award to people who travel to eat. So we are now in a point of time where people travel to eat, to dine, and to tell stories through food and how we travel and the gastronomy tourism. So before talking about communication and tools and trying to land on some concepts, I wanted to talk about the context. Why are we here today? Where are we and where are we going to? So the context. The world of gastronomy tourism has to do with this sentence. Food has become an essential question when we are telling stories. Every time I go on a stage and I show pictures of food, there's always a lot of attention by the audience because food is engaging, and the way in which we communicate our stories is also helping us to change the way in which we eat, our diet, etc. So it's very important that I can generate a new food habit depending on the way I communicate it a trend, a style, a habit, whatever it is. We also have to bear in mind that today we live in a digital world, and the way in which we talk about food has changed a lot. Now we've got influencers, foodies, TikTokers, Instagrammers. So we've got many social media, and there are new content creators being generated and adapted to this new social media to tell stories about gastronomy. So social media have transformed the communication in a more global way. We also have to think that eating is like a status. It's like a social status. Sandra yesterday talked about the fact that people are traveling to New York and they are more worried about the restaurants they're going to visit rather than the Broadway show they're going to see. Usually people come back from their travels talking about the restaurants. This is new. This is completely new. This is not what we did before. Today we talk a lot more about restaurants and how we eat. Of course, we talk a lot about gastronomy tourism and how it has become so popular. People are traveling to eat today. So instead of using the car, people takes a plane, takes a flight. People are booking many months in advance, and they organize, they plan their travel according to the booking in a restaurant they've made. So our world is more connected, and this is allowing us to travel a lot more. And people want to travel more to have gastronomy experiences. I'd say that at the beginning of the 2000s, we found a new behavior, which is the foodism. It's like an obsession for gastronomy. There are people who say that eaters are more obsessed by food. When I use the word obsessed, I think it's very important because there are also many people traveling to collect restaurants. There are many people looking at the best 50 restaurants and go and visit each of these restaurants. So people are collecting restaurants as they used to collect other things in the past. And something that I find very interesting is the further the better. The more difficult it is to get a booking in a restaurant, the better. Now, talking about the new storytelling, how we try to tell stories about gastronomy in a general way. First, we have to think of the fact that the countries and regions have converted into have used gastronomy to talk about their culture, because they're a driving force to attract tourism, and apart from that, they can also enhance their economies. The best tourists in the world are those who are devoted to gastronomy because they're interested in history, the culture of the place, the identity, and of course, they also want to or are ready to expend more money in restaurants. So here we have the Michelin Guide in Argentina, because they also countries also know that if you attract the Michelin Guide to a country, you are going to have more visitors to that country. Here we've got the best chef that is going to happen in Mérida, in Yucatan, And this is another way to tell the world, well, we are also part of this because we are part of these guides, and we belong to a global platform to generate gastronomy tourism. Among the new storytelling, we find chefs who are increasingly traveling. They try to research in different countries, and when they come back, they're the ambassadors of those countries. Here we've got David Muñoz from Diverso. He went to Mexico and he became a passionate for the Mexican culture, and this is reflected in his latest menu. So many of the dishes, the ingredients he's using come from this travel he made to Mexico and the Mexican culture. Now, restaurants are also traveling. It's not only people who travel, but also restaurants. In this case, this is Nomad that has just finished a season in Tokyo, in Japan. Restaurants are going to other countries, trying to find a connection with different cultures. In this case, from Noma, we find Kyoto, and they also make a deep research on cultures, traditions, and so on, and they try to translate that into their menus. So we travel to eat, and also restaurants travel. And we also travel without any need to move or to leave our homes. Through the contents of these people traveling, we visit many countries, many restaurants without having been there. Many people know what a Noma dish is, or how Outmist works in Copenhagen. There are many people going there, posting content about that. So we don't really need to travel to know these experiences all over the world. And I think it is also super interesting to think of gastronomy as a viral phenomenon. This happened in a restaurant in Paris. It's like a wine bar, and they also sell ice cream, and they had to hire a safety guard to try to contain the crowds that were coming to the restaurant, because they became very trendy thanks to TikTok. People started posting a lot about this restaurant, and now they can't really manage the audience getting there. So today, TikTok and social media have created viral phenomena for restaurants. People want to be there to post, to take a picture and post it in the social media, to tell the world, well, I was there. People have this need of belonging, so they do it, visiting these restaurants, taking pictures and posting all that. Now, to start talking about how we continue with our communication and how we can try to communicate our stories, there's a sentence by someone I admire a lot, Andoni Luis Aduriz from Mugaritz, and he says that stories have become the sixth flavor. What does he mean? Well, the way in which we tell what we are experiencing, serving, giving people to eat is as important as what we use. The salt, acidity of a dish is as important as the story we tell about that dish. And those stories don't really need to be true. The important thing here is to tell stories. We are all storytellers, and we also like listening to stories. So people get engaged with stories. They want to tell, but they also want to listen to stories. And this is something that can be translated to the whole gastronomy, because it is very important. Stories help us not only to tell what we are eating, but to generate interest within the people. So I think that this sentence, that the stories have become the sixth flavor, is very interesting to understand the moment we are living now in gastronomy. How do we do that? How do we do this storytelling? How we try to tell stories through food? When we talk about food, we need to tell things that go beyond in order to convey the message and the content we want. The most important thing is that eating is one of the few things in life that includes all the senses, because we can feel the texture, we can taste, we can use all the senses. And this is very important. When we think about this, we have to reflect on the fact that the stories need to go through all the senses. As a journalist and as a communication professional, it's not only about food. We need to write about the experience of eating. It's not only the dish. There's a lot more beyond the dish. How we eat, how this dish comes to the table, what's the origin of this dish, how it's been cooked. This is all very significant for telling gastronomy.
And we must always try and go beyond taste, focusing on details, different things we can tell, how special this experience or that dish is. I always say that our senses take us to a sensation, and sensations lead to emotions. So when we try to talk about food in a more sensorial way, what we want to convey is emotions. And through emotions, we connect with people, so that people believe the stories that we are trying to tell. When we communicate gastronomy, we have to try and see what we can give people, what we can bring for them to the table, to a street food cart, etc. So we must look for a language that people understand, so that they can watch and see with us, listen with us, taste together with us. When I start reading a text that talks about how it felt to eat something in a restaurant, I'm hooked to it because I can sort of feel together with that person. I'm sitting at the table with them, and that's extremely important when we talk about gastronomy. Talking about food is also talking about people. Joanne said it yesterday, how important people are when you talk about food. I always say gastronomy is something we pass from hand to hand. It starts at the fields and the countryside, then it's passed into the hands of someone else who transforms it, and to the waiter who's serving it. And we could only make pictures of hands, different pictures of hands of people holding things all along from the grassroots to our table. Someone there cropping it, then someone transforming it, cooking it, cutting it, someone serving it, putting it into a plate, bringing it to our table. So different hands that bring food to our table. What do we mean by that? Well, if we have hands, it means we have people, and we can never forget that gastronomy is a niche of know-how that's always going from one hand to another. So we talk about people. When I try to think that storytelling through food is related to people, then I must find an original point of view. It's about telling things that people already know, but I have to tell them in a creative way. So what am I telling with this story? Which message do I want to convey? We must find a different perspective, a more interesting way of telling the same story. As a journalist, I always say it's not only about how I write it, but who is my target? Who am I talking to? Who am I going to listen to so that I can write an article afterwards? I consider myself as a gatekeeper. I have the key of the door in my hands, and it's my task to choose who am I going to open my door to, because this is about responsibility. We are accountable. When we are responsible of telling something, we must remember we are not only trying to convey what we think, but also the voice of other people. And if we are going through so many hands when we talk about a dish, then we have to talk about all these people. So that's respect and responsibility and accountability when we tell the story of gastronomy, because we are representing all the people behind a dish that's now in my hands. Because in the end, we are conveying also responsibilities, and that's key to me. When I talk about a restaurant or I write an article in a restaurant, I also try to talk to the team, the staff. A restaurant is never just a chef. The chef might be the most representative person, the face that you see of a restaurant, but it's not just the chef. There's the producers, people working in the kitchen, the sommelier, and the host, and also the waiters. So when we talk about someone who's selling street food in a market in China, I want to see the person there at the front desk, but I also want to know what's behind them. So I want to tell a story that's as responsible as possible, so that I try to tell the story through different gazes, different eyes, and also the responsibility of telling the story of everyone behind that dish. And we must also think that storytelling through food must be real. We talk more and more of what's real, what's authentic. And, well, maybe I can visit France or Morocco or Latin America and eat caviar. That's it. We can eat caviar now anywhere in the world. Every 3 Michelin-starred restaurant can serve caviar now. But I don't feel like going to Peru, to the Machu Picchu, and eating caviar in a restaurant there, right? And I think that's what people is actually feeling like today. So they are in search of the hyper-local ingredients that you can only find in that place where you are now. A special cooking technique that you only find there, a special products that you only can find in this restaurant. And that's extremely interesting when you think that you have to tell the story of this gastronomy, starting from what's most real, most authentic. People want real stories they can connect to. Like, say, I want to be there. And what's happened to gastronomy in the past years? Well, people have believed recently that in storytelling you must tell every single detail of a dish and how it's cooked. Personally, I sometimes don't like it so much when I'm in a restaurant and they try to tell me everything about each single ingredient that I'm eating. So this morning the chef woke up and he decided, it's okay, but sometimes it's too much. This kind of storytelling can be too much sometimes. How much of it is real? How much should we tell about this real story, and how much is it about making the story more beautiful just to please the people dining at the table, right? And this balance and this mass use of the storytelling is not good, in my opinion, because we're not telling what's real anymore then. If someone comes and tells me, the grandmother inspired this chef to cook, how much of it is real? How much of it is authentic? And what people want is real stories they can connect to or relate to. And also behind the scenes is important. What happens behind the scenes? this kind of image. For instance, I see this lady cooking, and no one has food styled this counter in front of her. So this is real. And that's what I want to it. When I go to a market in Asia, let's say it's China, I don't know. And when I go there, I want to smell the scents. I want to hear the sounds. And that's the story I want to tell. This is real. This is authentic. What really happens there. The truth behind food is what people want to know about more and more. And as storytellers, if we are all storytellers, we have to think, what can I tell? What's my way of telling this story? What's that thing that only I can tell? What's unique in me that only I can offer? It can be a producer. It can be a chef. It can be a wine producer. It could be any person working behind the scenes in gastronomy. And they must have a story behind, and I must know what story I want to tell and what can I contribute with. What kind of gaze can I apply to this food, to this dish, to this market, something that only I can offer. And that's interesting because many people have been on this stage. It's almost 1.5 days already, and so many people has been talking. And it's incredibly interesting how everyone contributes with their own vision. With the pitch today, for instance, how everyone talks about the business starting from their own story. And I loved the stories in the pitches because that's what they offer. They give us this point of view. What can I offer to help my community through gastronomy? And how can we create something different from that? So when we try to talk about what we do, about what we put on our plates or what we get from the fields or what we distribute, what's my personal gaze, my personal point of view in this story? Because this story is important. It matters for people. And we must be responsible. We have the microphone in our hands. And let's tell the stories that really matter and can make a change in the world of gastronomy. Thank you very much.
Ahí están mis contactos si alguien.
And you have all my details on screen now if you want to write, because we don't have a time for questions now, but I'll be available, I'll be around, and you can write, of course. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Rafael. Todos.
Thank you, Rafael. We are all storytellers, and it's mainly about telling stories where there's people behind.
Vamos a volver a las 12. Tenemos.
Let's meet at 12 o'clock. We have 40 minutes for a nice cup of coffee, and we can then keep talking and knowing more. Thank you very much.
Bueno, bienvenidos, bienvenidas otra vez.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break and that you are ready to move on.
Particularly for the gastronomy and tourism sector sustainability. I would like to invite on stage Virginia Fernandez Trapa, Program Coordinator at the UNWTO Sustainable Development of Tourism Department.
Gracias. Egunon.
Good morning.
Dear colleagues, dear online participants, it's really a pleasure to have the opportunity to moderate this panel today on such an important topic, food waste reduction. Food is a key element of the tourism experience. We all know it. We've been discussing it for days and in different editions of the forum. But food is also a precious resource, and as such, it should be managed responsibly. The way we manage food has great economic, social, and environmental implications. Today, we will discuss the opportunities that we have in front of us as a sector through the application of prevention strategies, the redistribution of food surplus, and the integration of circular processes to use every bit of food and also unavoidable food waste, so as to advance towards a zero food waste to landfill tourism sector. I'm very happy to be sharing this panel with esteemed colleagues and partners that I would like to now invite to join me on stage. They are Svitlana Mikhaileva, coordinator of the One Planet Sustainable Tourism Program in UNEP, Thomas Candeal, project manager in the International Food Waste Coalition, and Monique Badaro, Innovation and International Relations Advisor in the National Service of Commercial Education, SENAC, in Brazil. Okay. Perfect. So UNWTO's work on food waste reduction is actually framed or taking part within the framework of the One Planet Sustainable Tourism Program. This is the initiative that I have the honor to coordinate within UNWTO, and basically it is a collaborative platform where we try to find solutions to the biggest challenges that we face in terms of environment. And others. And we're leading this program in collaboration with the United Nations and Environment Program, which is today represented here by my colleague Svitlana Mikhaileva. And the work on food waste is actually rooted on the global roadmap for food waste reduction, which last year in Nara, Japan, we launched for a public consultation, and then we finalized integrating the latest comments received from stakeholders. So to kickstart the discussion, I would like to ask you, Svitlana, if you can share a bit details with our audience on the global roadmap, what is it for, and also maybe before speaking about the roadmap, can you help us frame the problem of food waste? What are we looking at?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to colleagues from UNWTO for having me. Very honored to be with our distinguished guests here today. So to start, I would like to recall to all of us that we in the tourism sector have a truly pivotal role to play in making our global food systems more sustainable. It's not only about food waste, it's about how we are producing and how we are consuming food. So as Virginia mentioned on the next slide, let's start with some striking figures. It was mentioned already by some colleagues yesterday, 1/3 of all food produced globally is going to waste. This is enormous, 1/3 of all food. And in terms of economic losses, it actually represents 940 billion of US dollars per year. Just imagine, 940 US billion dollars. And beyond financial aspects, it's actually also a climate and environmental issue. This 1/3 of food lost and wasted represents also 4.4 gigatons of CO2 emissions equivalent. It's actually more than many countries emit in just 1 year. Next, please. So what tourism sector has to do with this? Actually a lot. In 2019, so just before the pandemic, we estimate that around 80 billion of meals were served to tourists. And here are some figures that illustrate the role of the tourism sector in the food waste generation. Globally, food service, including tourism, represents around 26% of food waste generated. As an example, in United States, yearly 63 million tons of food are produced, and around 40% of this food is wasted by consumer-facing businesses, such as hotels and restaurants. And in United Kingdom, another last example that will illustrate the issue, it is estimated that 18% of food is due to hospitality sector. So, as a sector, you can see that we are really in a unique position to drive the change, and not just because of these volumes of food waste that we are generating, but also because of our exceptional position in the very middle of the value chain, where as tourism sector actors, we can influence on how the food is produced, and we can also influence how the food is consumed. Next, please. So now just a few words about this roadmap that Virginia just mentioned, the global roadmap for food waste reduction in the tourism sector. Within the framework of the One Planet Sustainable Tourism Program, under leadership of UNWTO, with technical support from UNEP, we have been working over 2 years on the development of this roadmap, and we've been doing so in a consultative manner with industry stakeholders, also represented here in this panel, but also with major tourism businesses that you all know, such as Hilton, Club Med, Accor, so on. Also with participation of major stakeholders from civil society, such as RAP, such as WWF. So truly we made sure that we involve tourism industry stakeholders, practitioners in the development of this roadmap to make sure that then this work is not just another UN report that no one reads. It's a true practical guidance, action and commitment framework for the sector to move forward. And what is our objective? Our objective is to make sure that by 2030, tourism sector drastically reduces food waste. Next, please. So how do we achieve this? First, setting clear targets. It's not just about ideals, like we all love sustainability. Sustainability is great, right? And we can pledge to sustainable action, so on. But what we need is clear, measurable objectives. For accommodation providers, these objectives could be, for instance, setting a target on reduction of food waste per capita per night. For cruise lines, this may be enhancing onboard waste processing techniques. Second, measuring progress. I'm sure this mantra was repeated already throughout this event, and you all know it. What is measured is being managed. And to manage things properly, we need to measure impacts of our action, right? And 3, taking collective action. Many of you may think, just as a standalone actor, our contribution may be just like a drop in the ocean. We all know that tourism sector is composed of a majority of small and medium enterprises, right? But we do believe that if we are joining our experience, if we collectively learning from each other, we can make a very significant progress together. And lastly, reporting and sharing. Again, to contribute to this collective progress, we need to be transparent about our challenges and also about our successes so that we can learn from each other and jointly progressing in the right direction. Next, please. So I will finish with just a few words about the recommendations of this roadmap. On the screen, you can see the targets that we are setting. We are suggesting accommodation providers and cruise lines to set. I believe with my colleague Virginia, we will touch base a bit later on these aspects as well. What I want to mention right now is that the guidance, the step-by-step approach that the roadmap is offering is truly for all of the players. It's not just for the giants in the industry. It's for fancy restaurants out there, to small bed and breakfasts, to online booking platform, or to travel guides that are working on the ground. And yeah, we are, in our industry, consider that food is in the heart of the travel experience, right? And we are calling the world to experience it. And as a consequence, we think that we have to shoulder the responsibility to do it in a sustainable manner. And again, the One Planet Sustainable Tourism Program is really, through this roadmap, is offering this platform, this possibility of taking concrete, measurable actions and tracking them, to make our food systems more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Svetlana, for the introduction. Just wanting to, technical note, alert my colleagues, I don't have a timer. I thought we would have a timer. We can speak about this forever, so just make sure you make a sign. Okay, super. Thank you, Sole. So thank you so much, Svetlana, for this introduction on the roadmap. In fact, it was a great collaborative piece of work where many supported. One concept which is perhaps also interesting to retain is that this global roadmap is rooted in the hierarchy for food waste management strategies towards zero waste to landfill. That's the inverted pyramid that you see now on the screen, and which is basically a tool for decision making, right? Which is basically telling you how to make choices in an organized manner if you want to have the best results, reducing, of course, the environmental impact and minimizing the costs. On the top, you see, of course, what we call prevention strategies. Those include avoiding food waste, redistributing food surplus, reusing food, let's say, for biomaterial processing or the recuperation of nutrients, etc. And then we move into the section that is more connected to circularity, right? The valorization processes where we still try to keep the value of that unavoidable food waste as much as possible. But let's always remember the highest priority has to go to prevention. So circularity is a subsidiary strategy. We can only think about circularity if we have already made every effort possible not to throw food away. This is when strategy, the circularity strategy comes into play. So we will do a first round of interventions on prevention, and then the second round will be on circularity. I'd like to now invite Tomás to tell us a bit about their work. What is the International Food Waste Coalition? Who are your members? What do you do? And in which areas do you support them? Because you have achieved great results and you have nice examples. So please, Tomás, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Virginia. Thank you for all people who have worked for the organization of the event. And I'm really happy to be here. Food waste reduction is to me, something I've been working for the last 10 years. And the more I work on the topic and the more I realize how important it is, not only for the environment and for the people who don't have access to food, but also for the quality of the meal that we actually serve to people. So the way it's really like the first message I would like to emphasize is that food waste reduction is not only a way to be economically more profitable or to save resources to the environment, it's also a way to question the quality of the meal you serve and how you communicate on this. So that's really the key message for me. Now I present the International Food Waste Coalition. I work for as a project manager. It's non-profit. It's been initiated in 2015, so it was right at the beginning of the setting of the SDGs. We have the SDG target 12.3 to halve food waste in the consumption level, so that includes the households, the food services, and also the retail, and to reduce globally the food losses along the entire value chain. And the goal was to work within the food services and hospitality sector together, collectively. So we have gathered some leaders in these sectors, which are mentioned here on the screen, in order to, let's say, mutualize the investment on what kind of solutions are needed to prevent food waste and then to valorize the unavoidable food waste. So this is the idea. What we do, basically, it's first, we define what are the priority issues that will enable the mass catering and the hospitality sectors to really reduce food waste and show the impact. So, as it has been mentioned by Svetlana before, the first thing you want to do is to know actually how much food waste do you have and to monitor the impact of your action to make sure that you are effective in the way you tackle this issue. So measurement and reporting, and it's really a challenge. It's easy to say, but it's really a challenge to align the companies to monitor, to measure and monitor the food waste in the same way so that we can collectively report our impact. Second was about consumer engagement. You will be very limited if you work on food waste reduction in a restaurant if you don't manage to engage your consumers or your customers. That's really key. Not only because they represent 40 to 50% of the entire food waste of your restaurant, like the plate waste, but also because if you want to limit the waste that's happening at the service stage or happening in the preparation stage in the kitchen, the consumers need also to understand why you organize your service in a special way, why you are bringing the plate in a special way, how your menu are designed to minimize your food waste, to be able to reuse the potential surplus you might have for another day. You have to engage the consumers for that. Then there are some technical aspects about forecasting, the portion control, the organization of the service and the menus I just mentioned that are also identified there as a key topic. It's important, and I think it's the second key message, to work in collaboration. So value chain, cross-value chain collaboration is really important. And here we talk about circularity, and so this is clearly an aspect that we'll develop later on. The key message on this is that you can reduce your food waste in your restaurant, but you also have to consider not to just to make sure not to displace the food that is happening in your restaurant, either at the production level or the different upstream stages of the supply chain, neither in the plate waste. So this is why you have to adopt this value chain approach. The ecological footprint is like the food comes from the earth and the oceans, so we need to make sure that the basis that gives the food is maintained. So it's really important to understand the link between food waste and ecological footprint. Then the valorization, because we want to here talk about circularity, so it's also an important topic that we have identified. So just concrete results. I'm talking maybe too much, so you tell me when I start whether I need to hurry and stuff. So with the common measurement and reporting framework that we have, here are some concrete results. First, we managed to consolidate the data from different companies in order to be able to have this collective reporting. And that's, as I told you already, it's really an important work. All people needed to collaborate and understand to align on which KPI to use, what scope of measurement to use, and so on and so forth. We have achieved 23% of reduction on the site where the food waste has been measured, and not all the sites measure food waste. Actually, a real minority of the sites measure food waste. It's between 5%, let's say 3 to 5% of the total number of sites of our members that measure food waste according to our common methodology. 23% of reduction between 2019 and today. It makes basically half of the target of halving or reducing by 50% food waste that is set as the global target by the United Nations. So it tells us that it's actually possible. If you design a framework to monitor your performance, you are able to deliver concrete results, and that the public is able to understand that you have been effective in the way you address this issue. This is really important when we talk about CSR, to make sure that people, they understand that what you are doing is not greenwashing. That's really important because it has been done a lot, and now people, they feel under sustainability, some practices are not aligned with the speeches, and so it's important there to be accurate.
Let's see the examples, Thomas, if you agree. They are really interesting, and I think measurement is a key, but perhaps also some strategies, how your members are really taking action could be interesting for our colleagues.
So because we are on circularity, and thank you, Virginia, for putting me on the right tracks, if you want to have positive loops and consider the food waste along the entire value chain, you need to realize that actually reducing food waste for a restaurant doesn't necessarily mean reducing food waste in your kitchen or in the plate. It can also be an action you can have partnering with the producers that are around you. And for example, sourcing products that are out of specification for wholesalers or directly with the farmers, so the product that would have resulted into food waste if you would not have buy them. Basically, it's a really impactful way to reduce food waste. So here are two French examples of companies specialized to help the actors of the food services and mass catering sectors to source this type of product and to prevent them from becoming losses or waste. It's important to have a partnership to know what kind of product you can receive, how you can adapt the menu when you receive the product that were not expected in the first place, the quantities and so on. Another way is exactly the same idea, but it's about the surpluses. So before it was the product that were rejected because they were ugly or because they were not the right size for the retail or for other customers. And here it's because very often, because it's linked to like the nature, you cannot control everything and the market demand. And so you have the surpluses that you can also absorb in your kitchen, and you can, because your kitchen can transform them, no matter like exactly if the product is a good quality, you can transform it into a good piece of your meal. So yeah, very impactful ways to reduce food waste upstream the value chain. Sorry, maybe.
No problem. Thank you so much, Thomas. I think it's really interesting how you already started bringing us into a circular mindset. Sorry for this. Yep.
My bad.
Here we are. Because if you remember the hierarchy, we were talking about waste, right? How do we manage waste? But Thomas also introduced strategies that are extremely relevant, like procurement. So we also need to look upstream. At the end of the day, circular is a loop. So procurement is extremely important, local sourcing. And measurement, of course, as also Svetlana was pointing out, is key if we want to know what we have achieved. Svetlana, you have a comment on measurement?
Very rapidly, apologies for interrupting. I just thought that we can take advantage of the fact that there is time. We have also an excellent tool from WWF. I think, Thomas, you were consulted in the development of those, and it was developed in consultative manner with industry leaders. All of the biggest brands participated in development of it, so it also allows a benchmarking and comparability with other industry leaders. So when you have time, please take a look on our roadmap. Again, it's not just a UNEP or UNWTO regular UN report. It's a useful tool for you to be using really in your operations.
Exactly. Thank you, Svetlana. Very good idea to share this with our colleagues here today. One point on this screen, without willing to go into a lot of technicalities, right, but just also to get a bit more of information on measurements. You remember Svetlana presented the targets of the roadmap when she was speaking, and how hoteliers and cruise liners are being requested to reduce food waste and also to divert food waste from landfill or from the discharge to sea. So what you see now on the box on the top of the slide are the metrics that we recommend to measure progress towards those targets. And there is one interesting concept that is the notion of an absolute target versus let's say an additional metric. For example, the metrics on the box are absolute targets, meaning you will measure all of your food waste and report it as a bulk, so to speak. This allows you to have, let's say, to work at more a macro level, to report as a whole hotel chain, to report on a regional basis, or if you're a country, to collect the necessary data. However, if you are a practitioner and you are really willing to make changes in your food service operation, in your hotel, it is important that you think about more granular metrics, right? Because you really need to know what are the hotspots of the food operation where you really need to improve. And that you get, for instance, using a metric such as food waste per customer or per cover, which is the metric that International Food Waste Coalition and many other colleagues here in the room are using. And yeah, just we thought it was interesting for you to get that notion of the different metrics we can use for measuring. And now let's move to Monique. Monique, could you please take a minute to introduce SENAC? What do you do in SENAC? And also, how are you integrating food waste reduction in the curriculum of the food service students and trainees that you have? It's interesting, the connection between the School of Hospitality and the canteens. So I'm sure our colleagues would love to hear a bit more. And yeah, let us know also what strategies you have implemented, please.
Thank you. It's really a pleasure to be here. So I'd like to thank you, Virginia, for the invitation to share with you our concerns as an individual and also as a professional from an education center. SENAC is the national service for commercial learning in Brazil. We offer training, technical, vocational programs for the tertiary sector, commercial, service, tourism. So we have culinary schools. Actually, we are a network of centers all over Brazil, but I'm talking from the center in Bahia, where I come from. So we have this culinary school over there with 2 different unities where we have hands-on learning programs that with teaching restaurants. We have 3 kinds of teaching restaurants. We have canteens, as Virginia said. We have food labs. We have cafeteria. So all these food spaces are concerned with sustainable practice. So we have joined the
climate action fight, the fight against climate change, and since we have been trying to reduce our greenhouse emissions, food waste loss and waste are one of the main sources of carbon emissions, so we are tackle that our priority. And since we are educational institution, we really are committed to those targets. We have to reduce by 2030 15% of reduction, and we hope to achieve net zero by 2050, as is the global agenda. No? So one of the restaurants, this building, modern building, is the biggest with over 300 seats, and last year got the certification, climate neutral certification. But all the procedures we review are adopted in all the food spaces, the other restaurants and lab and everything. So, as it was already mentioned, the strategies usually we take is inventory control. We all need to do that. The restaurant need to do inventory control, and we do on a week basis, so we know exactly what we have in the storage. Then we can plan our purchase, so it helps us to reduce our food waste from that point with the food items. Also, we care about the storage, proper measures for each kind of, each category of food. So we have the room, temperature, light, hygienic conditions, everything that makes sure we won't have losses. And we also forecast demand. Of course, we collect every day the sales data, and of course, external factors always can change and impact the sales, but forecast is crucial. And with that, we can change the portion size. We can, for instance, in our buffet, well, let's say that the three kinds of restaurants we have 2 buffet service style, and we have a la carte one. And we can say that buffet is really hard, it's tricky to reduce food waste, because there are always extensive menu. You can see a lot of different items. The customer expectations are always having lots of choices. So what we did is we changed the containers, the gastro pans, and we put smaller and flatter ones, and we keep re-serving all the time, but always with a small portion, so it helps a lot to reduce the food waste. Because in Brazil, once we put the food in the buffet, we cannot donate, we can't do anything with that for the legal, sanitary, health concerns. So it's hard to once it's there, to do something with. Oh.
Same as before.
Sorry. So, besides with the measurement, we can address the portion size, a la carte, for instance. We keep control of what came from the plates, and then we have already reduced. We have a culture of abundance, so we put a lot of food, and we have been reducing the portion to avoid the waste. And in the buffet, as I said, we change portion too, and another strategy that we do is to use the food as much as you can. All the edible parts are used to make something. So we challenge our students, because they are all with the staff through the procedures we do. For instance, I brought to you some examples of, we have over there on the top, acarajé, which is Brazilian street food, traditional street food, and in our restaurant at the Colonial building, I don't know if you remember, it's museum school restaurant. So that's what we offer, menu every day with 42 types of traditional food in Brazil. One of them is acarajé, so it's a lot of food. And we take the dough of the acarajé, which is made with black pie peas, and we do abará, which is another traditional street food in Brazil, and it's cooked differently.
Those examples are amazing, Monique. I really like the one with the coconut. Do you think we can look at that one?
Yeah, we go further. We do fermented beverage, traditional fermented beverage with skins, fruits. We use seeds for farofa, which is another side dish in Brazil, very famous. Everybody like it. It's made with manioc flour, cassava flour. And the coconut was a big trouble for us, because it increased a lot the weight of food waste we had, because we sell the coconut water, and I go fast. And you used to throw away which is really a big trouble for the landfill, because it takes forever to go away. So we start using the pulp, which is usually we throw away, and also we send, we'll talk later about that, we send to farmers to use it.
Let's jump into that, Monique, because we're kind of exceeding a bit the time that we had prepared.
So the cilantro steam also, and as I said, we cannot donate food for human, but we have a partnership with a startup that produce insects for animal feed. So they collect weekly our waste to feed them. That's
very interesting. Thank you so much, Monique, and I'm really happy that you alluded to regulations. Actually, redistributing food is quite a challenge. The regulations are very, very limiting, and not only when we're talking about animal feed, but also, and even more especially, when we talk about redistribution to people, which actually sits higher in the hierarchy, so should be prioritized first. We have a good example. I won't go into the details because you can check the platform, but basically Costa Cruises, Italy is one of the few countries in the world where they have a regulation on food waste, which is actually encouraging the donation of food surplus for social purposes. It has to be food that has been prepared but not served, so same as like in Brazil. And they basically saw this law as an opportunity and started donating menus first in Italian ports, and then they expanded to 15 other destinations. So it's quite an interesting project, but it is really, really challenging to find the right frameworks for redistributing food. So next topic, I mean, we've talked about procurement, we've talked about preparation of menus with Thomas and Monique. What about the guests? No, it's also an essential role that they need to play. Svetlana, I believe UNEP recently implemented a very, very interesting campaign in Arab states on behavioral change. Would you like to share a bit about this with us, please?
Thank you so much. It was great pleasure, and thank you very much on behalf of my colleagues from UNEP West Asia office for the opportunity to present this work. I'm personally extremely proud by this example, and you will see shortly why. So just first to set the scene. Food security, as you certainly know, in action point when it comes to management of food. And latest studies reveal that households in Arab states waste between 75 kilos to 163 kilos per capita annually. And during the holy months of Ramadan, sometimes up to half of food produced can be wasted, which is, we will all agree, an important issue. So to respond to this problem, the United Nations Environment Programme, and more specifically our West Asia office, in partnership with a project called Go for SDGs, which objective is really to accelerate implementation of Agenda 2030, so Sustainable Development Goals in different regions. They developed this campaign, Recipe of Change. What is the objective of Recipe of Change campaign? It was really to foster the behavioral change and really trigger impacts on the ground. So the campaign was supported by very well-known chefs in the region, by influencers, which is very important to get visibility nowadays, right? And also major hotel chains in the region joined the movement. So it was implemented in Lebanon, in United Arab Emirates, in Bahrain, and of course in Saudi Arabia. And the campaign tackled the importance of how innovative and creative approaches of how we procure food, how we store it, how we prepare it, can reduce food waste in a very significant manner. For instance, we have issued videos of famous chefs that show creative solutions of how to store food, how to prepare food. We have videos from very famous chef Leila Fatala, who shows how she can prepare the food that is considered as not good looking, you know, this ugly veggies or ugly fruits, and into amazing dishes, and really to break stereotypes about what actually the good food should be looking like. And specifically, within the framework of this Recipe of Change campaign, we have a flagship initiative which I absolutely adore. You will understand why now. Oh, maybe I should change the slide, actually. So within the framework of this Recipe of Change campaign, we really focused on implementing a pilot during the holy months of Ramadan. And we partnered with Green Ramadan initiative of Hilton, which was implementing a pilot in Dubai, Riyadh, and Doha. And this project demonstrates really in practice how the recommendations that we provide in our roadmap for food waste reduction in the tourism sector can be implemented in a step-by-step manner. And how can we truly generate impacts? So what was done? First, from a procurement standpoint, hotels that participated in the pilot, they focused on local sourcing. Then chefs worked on reviewing the menus, including on reviewing the sizes of the portions and also the disposal of food in the buffet. My colleague Monique just mentioned these challenges about how the food is presented and disposed in buffet and how it can be really triggering a change, just reflecting on different ways of presenting and offering food. Then very important, and I have heard several colleagues mentioning this yesterday, it was very important to make sure that all of the staff that is involved in the operations in this hotel was aware about why we implement in these projects and why it's important for them to understand and participate and fully support all of these operations. Then another very innovative approach, which I like very much, there were labels, climate labels that were developed for the menus and displayed, and also information for all of the guests was displayed across the restaurant so that guests are fully involved and they understand what is going on and why there are changes that are ongoing. Food donations were put in place, very important. What we can't consume when legislation allows, well, we redistribute it. Hilton also partnered with Waste Lab, a woman-led startup in Dubai, on diversion of food waste, so valorization of food waste, particularly through composting practices. And lastly, Hilton also has worked with Vino, artificial intelligence technology that allows to digitally track the food waste produced from the production stage to the plate to really understand where we are at. And suspense, you have been having these figures actually on the screen for a few moments, so it's not really a suspense for you, but I still think the results are incredible. In just 4 weeks, colleagues managed to reduce food waste between 60 and 65%. Toma, you're an expert in the area. You can confirm 60-65% reduction in terms of food waste. I think it's an absolutely impressive result. It really showcases how we can also start with awareness raising and actually generate impressive results on the ground. And with my UNEP colleague, we truly hope that we will be able to replicate this type of successful pilots elsewhere in other countries, in other regions. Thank you.
Absolutely. It's imperative that we all become more and more aware of what we can do, because everyone has a role to play, actually. Chefs play a very, very important role. We actually had prepared now a video where we have been supported by a group of chefs, including our esteemed ambassador, Chef Binta. But I think in the interest of time, technicians, if you don't mind, we'll leave the video for the end. We will close with that so that we can continue the discussion more at ease time-wise. So now we're shifting into the second part of the panel. As I said in the beginning, this is really now circular processes that we want to apply to food waste, to valorize that unavoidable food waste that we haven't managed to prevent. So I'll give the floor to you again, Monique. Next step in the hierarchy is to recycle food waste. One of these techniques is for recycling is composting. What circular approaches are you looking at in this regard at SENAC?
Well, we are waiting for recycle, but now what we do is we buy local, so the farmers who sell the vegetables and fruits and fresh food to us, when they come, they take out the waste and then use it for the soil and also for the fat, I mean the oil you have. We control the saturation level, and once it's saturated, then we have another partnership with NGO, so we send it to them to make soap. So basically, we do this circularity with the farmers that deliver us food, fresh food.
Very, very interesting. And I know you are in the process also to, let's say, enhancing the way that you compost by applying technology and maybe
Yes, we have bought a recycler, a biodigester, and some other SANAC also are doing that. So we exchange a lot, and when it will happen, we will be able to composting everything over there. I mean, almost everything, not the coconut husks. But then they use also what come from the biodigester to fertilization, soil, and everything.
Exactly. I mean, it's really a virtuous circle because you compost, the compost is donated to the local producer is growing vegetables, and then you serve again the vegetables in your operation.
Exactly.
So it's really a virtuous circle, and that's exactly what Soneva did. This is a luxury resort in the Maldives. They have implemented this approach for a few years now, and they have achieved quite impressive reduction results on food waste rates, and also they are now composting 100% of the food waste manually. They have a space in the bigger island to do this, and a strategy they applied is that they also in parallel increased the amount of plant-based menus, plant-based dishes in the menu, so they are actually, having themselves created higher demand for vegetables.
And also, in a year, we reduced 40%. So
Amazing.
we also had a good outcomes.
Amazing. So, Thomas, now over to you. What other circular processes can be applied to food, especially with a little bit of help from technology?
Yes, exactly. The thing with waste is that basically no one really wants to handle them, and so the way to make them processed faster is really important. So here we have example of accelerated composting. One can process on site 30 kilogram of organic waste per day, and you get an output in 2 weeks. This output then needs to be brought back to the field as it will be used as a fertilizer. And so the first model doesn't need any electrical assistance. It's just by moving the organic materials in there in the optimal way, you can really accelerate the composting process. The other one use electricity in order to, let's say, provide assistance in more domains, so you can control not only the oxygen level to make sure that the bacteria that do their job in the box to compost the food is maintained, but also the temperature and the level of moisture in that is controlled. And so it really accelerates, and the volume you can actually compost using this kind of equipment, it's until more than 300 kilograms per day, and you still have the output in a 2-week time. So that's considerably accelerating the process management of the waste, and it's important for let's say the restaurant and the hotel staff. It makes things easier, and it produces a fertilizer, because it's important in this circularity approach not to break the loop of the nutrients. So the food takes nutrients from the ground, from the soil, and we need to bring them back to the soil if we want not to lose any productive capacity and keep the soil in good condition, biologically speaking. So that's really important. Instead of just sending that to incineration, for example, where we lose all the value and we produce pollution on top of that. Another type of solution is adding another brick of value to this process, because in the process of composting the food, you can actually bring back energy in the loop. locally or globally in the grid, depend on the type of tools you will use. So because you generate methane while composting the food, you can use this methane to produce electricity. And so some equipments, they are there to either on-site or centralized via collection for centralized facilities, industrial facilities. They can help you. Here, it's an example of a BOB box. That's something you can have on site, and you collect the food from different restaurants. You bring that here. You can, like, it's really massive, the capacity of this machine. You have 30 tons to 3,000 tons per year, so you can really build a network to make sure that the loop for the nutrients are made, and on top of that, you produce electricity on top of the fertilizer. And of course, because you take the methane, there is absolutely no emissions of greenhouse gases in the process. The other CIAB energy it's the same principle. It really generates energy that you can have for your own site, as if you had a solar panel, kind of. So really creating value in different loops.
Let's watch the video, don't you think? It's really illustrative. There's video number 2, please, if we could watch it. It's from a startup called the Waste Transformers.
One of the most frequently asked questions we get is what goes inside a waste transformer and what comes out of it. So let's start by talking about what we're not going to put inside a waste transformer. This beautiful fruit and veg, there's no way that we're going to put this inside one of our transformers. The only thing we put inside is really that end of pipeline waste, those potato peels, those banana skins that really is no longer fit for human consumption. That's the only thing that goes inside a waste transformer. And the other part of the question is what comes out of it. Of course, we make 100% CO2-free green energy, but that really is only one part of the story. Let's take a look into the brain of the waste transformer and I'll show you more. One of the things we do is we recover the water inside the waste, and we make out of that a fantastic liquid fertilizer that can be used because it's full of potassium and nitrates and all sorts of good stuff. And the other thing that comes out of it is a dry compost. Take a look at this beautiful stuff. This we can use on parks to keep parks even greener. What we also do with this stuff is we upcycle it. So at the moment we're working to transform this into cardboard and paper. And as if that's not enough, we're also working to ensure that this beautiful stuff is also being made into textiles. So why don't you turn your waste into value? Put a waste transformer on your site and join our waste revolution.
Thank you, Thomas. Very interesting solutions that you have in your innovation lab. There are many more, of course. Monique alluded to insects that transform food waste into animal feed. You can even transform fruit peels into leather. You can transform orange peels into furniture and lamps. There's a lot of amazing ideas out there. Mushrooms into takeaway containers, etc. And really, we see great potential for destinations to invest in piloting these solutions in partnership with the private sector, with businesses, or in remote areas where perhaps these solutions can actually connect the tourism operation with the community by bringing back some energy. However, believe it or not, this is not yet the norm. We are very far from having these solutions mainstreamed in tourism operations. So, yeah, colleagues, why do you think this is still, let's say, not mainstream? How can we overcome the barriers, and what could be existing levers for us, for example, UNWTO? Obviously, we see clear role for national and some national tourism policies to be a bit more explicit on how they refer to food waste, because we did a research not so long ago where we looked at 114 national tourism policies, and there we could let's say, note that 77% of the tourism policies globally speak about food. So yes, it's important, we know it, but most of the references to food are done from a competitiveness angle. It's seen as a tool to promote my destination, to gain positioning. And yes, of course, local sourcing is also relatively present in the strategies, 40%. But food waste, with all the opportunities we have seen here today, is just mentioned in 12% of the policies. So really, I think we should place greater emphasis into this topic. If you think about it, food waste is cross-cutting. What do I mean by this? It's occurring in every step of the food operation. You can have food waste when you buy food, procurement, if you don't store it properly or if delivery gets damaged. You can have food waste when you're preparing the meals because of overproduction, another number of causes that my colleagues alluded to. You can have plate food waste if the consumers are indulgent, or maybe they don't have bad intentions, but they're just not measuring well the portions. So it's cross-cutting, meaning if we address food waste, we are having a lever to transform the whole management of food and hopefully reach the sustainable management of food. But I'm talking too much. Let's see what my colleagues think. Svetlana, what would be your suggestion for a lever to scale up food waste reduction?
Well, I wouldn't say that you talk too much. Actually, you just said, and what I fully support, and I wouldn't be able to say it better. Regulations is definitely absolutely essential lever to really make sure that the measures we are promoting, including to be implemented by private businesses, to make sure that they are really implemented at scale, we need appropriate regulations, legislation in place. And just a very nice, inspiring example that I have for this is current European Union work on food waste. You may know that European Union set target on reduction of food waste by 2030 by 50%. And right now, European Commission is working on development of legally binding targets across all of the countries of European Union, hopefully by the end of this year. Basically, the idea is to set legally binding targets using the baseline that was established a moment ago when European Union was basically undertaking a study about where do we stand in European Union countries in terms of food waste. So now that we have a baseline, we are in position to establish a legally binding targets all over the Union, and which I think will be a huge help. Including for our industry to really accelerate the action. And another point, and you also mentioned this, Virginia, and so I will not talk too much about it, but it's just when we were working on the development of this roadmap on addressing food waste in the tourism sector, for us, it was very clear that actually it's not only about food waste, it's about sustainable food systems. And food waste is an entry point. It is really a low-hanging fruit, actually, for the tourism sector to support more sustainable food systems globally. Because as Virginia just mentioned, food waste can be generated in areas that we not necessarily think about, but for instance, procurement, such a key topic in terms of food waste generation, and we not always think about. And another point I wanted to reiterate, but you, Thomas, you spoke about this already, collaboration on value chain level is such a key topic. Yes. When we talk about collaboration in the tourism program, it's not only collaboration between competitors, which we do, and it's absolutely a great thing. It's also to encourage an accommodation provider to talk better to local producers, to talk to local authorities to make sure that there are infrastructures in place, to work more closely with all of these amazing startups that we had examples of today, to make sure that the solutions that they are developing are actually implemented and shared more widely. But I stop here because I think I talked too much.
Thomas, let's hear from you. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, to complement on the policies that are really key to encourage the actors of the hospitality sector to actually valorize their waste. If we focus on this circular approach. Actually, in Europe in 2024, it's going to be, so tomorrow it's going to be mandatory to segregate separately the organic waste in order to promote their valorization. So that's really a way to push the different actors, private and public, together to work to make sure that these positive loops are created on a local basis. And also, I think the public and so government, they can support the development of these solutions with investment. It's really important to invest into collective or private infrastructure, and so I think the business models for the valorization of organic waste, they can be improved as more and more people get interested into the topic. And so here, public and private investors are really key also to accelerate and make sure that we are efficient in the way we tackle this issue. So on this part.
Absolutely. I mean, I actually would like to encourage those startups wanting to apply to the 4th startup competition working on these issues to really do so, because we really need to learn about more of these solutions, right? Where are they based? How, if I'm in Uruguay, how can I access this technology? If I'm in Zimbabwe, how can I access this technology, et cetera, et cetera? No, it would be nice that we can really dig out those entrepreneurs and see what we can do together. What can we achieve together? Monique, please, your turn.
Well, I think education is basically because people have to understand the issue and address the question. And as we do with our students, for instance, as I said, they follow all the procedures, but we do field trips to the countryside. I mean, they go to farmers, they learn how they live and where the products come from. They change the mentality. And I think the new generation, they are much more aware of the question. So we do have to tackle this question from the education. We have to educate ourselves, our students, the staff, the clients, and doing campaigns, because as a matter of fact, people know what is the problem, but they maybe not know how to handle it, how to do. So we need, yes, investments, solutions, innovation, in order to give them the choices and facilitate to address the question. And climate change agenda, it's important, crucial, because you can identify what are your priorities in terms of emissions, and then you can tackle. For us, for instance, food waste was one of the biggest. So since then, we start on working, widening our actions towards that.
Fantastic. Thank you for reminding us about the potential of food waste reduction as a climate action strategy. Actually, Thomas was mentioning before the methane implications, and methane is like the big brother of CO2. It's actually much more impacting in the atmosphere than carbon itself. So that's what the gas that produces when food is degrading in the landfill. So clearly we can combine, food waste reduction with climate action to become more efficient. It's not going to be an easy task. Waste management is a wild sector, and it changes on a municipal level. So just check your context. What do you have? What can be processed? Where you operate? Find the synergies with the producers, find the synergies with the consumers, and try to work in a more systemic way. I think we would like to show you the video now where the chefs were supporting our food waste call for action. Can we play number 1, the video 1, please? Thank you.
It is important to use local products, locally sourced products. We somehow make sure that the food doesn't travel, doesn't create what we call today emissions or damage to the planet. But also eating locally means that we eat a lot better food which has never traveled. It means that all essential oils or the nutritional parts stay in the food itself.
I'm working to cut down food waste by focusing only what I need and what's in season. I don't buy anything I don't need. Usually you go to the market, it's so easy to get lost and excited and buy things because they look very fresh and you know, you want to explore more. And also when I find myself in spaces where I've bought more than I need or it's going to waste, I try to pickle it, you know, sun dry it, find the preservative method to make sure that food doesn't go to waste, and also making sure it's at its best when preserving it.
For us, the relationship with the local community has been the axis of our proposal since we opened in 2006. Our cuisine is a reflection of the diverse pantry that Chile has, a kitchen where the origin and the seasons play a fundamental role and where the dish tells and speaks of our country and its communities. We privilege ingredients made by Chilean hands and a close relationship with producers, especially those ones with sustainable practices.
I get our clients involved in this real advocacy to create sustainability on our tables by making our offerings of plant-based dishes, vegetarian dishes, vegan dishes, as well as gluten-free based dishes, not only for their personal preferences, but also because we realize that people have taken their diet restrictions and their desire to make the planet much more sustainable more seriously when they choose what they eat and what they enjoy on a plate.
Food is life.
Food is culture.
Food is community.
Food is an opportunity.
Let's stop wasting.
So with this we are, thank you. We're closing here. Don't worry, I know you're hungry. I hope it's been informative, and we hope to count on you now as ambassadors for food waste reduction, same as the chefs. I'd like to thank my colleagues. I think they've been fantastic, and again, the BASC for giving us the opportunity to discuss this important topic, and also my colleagues in UNWTO for supporting the preparations. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask you to come to the center of the stage so they can take your picture? In the middle, please. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, vamos a continuar. Estamos en.
We are moving on. We now face the last session of this morning. And we have identified the word food with identity. That's very much in all of our minds. We've underlined different challenges. Inflation, coordination, mobility, increase of prices, lack of staff in companies, and social sustainability. Sustainability is one of our priorities according to all our speakers and guests. And the truth is that the way we eat is changing too. It's increasingly important how we sell a product, not in the way we sell it at the counter, but how we tell the story of the product. And our speaker, Rafael, has underlined the importance of the fact that sensations lead us to emotions, and emotions make us connect with people. Waste has been very much present in this last panel. 1/3 of the global production is thrown to the bin. That's what we have learned today. And we've seen different ways of improving things from the touristic point of view. We need to quantify and see how much we waste. On the other hand, we need to measure the impacts, because what's not measured today doesn't exist. Thirdly, collective actions between communities. We had incredibly good examples yesterday about it. And fourthly, sharing and reporting and doing with transparency, because transparency means credibility, and credibility is our first and main asset. Circularity is important, but it seems to be the last part of the chain. We need to prevent first. Circular mindset is good, but we need to do other things first. We need to bring in companies. We need the collaboration of all the value chain and implementation, taking the final step of the project. So these are some of the ideas that I wrote about. And now we have everything set on stage for this delicious food that's going to be prepared in front of our eyes. This is going to be the last session of the morning. We're going to try and learn more about tourism, but also gastronomy. We will hear about kimbap. We'll learn what it is exactly and how it is done.
We surely with our appetites. Please welcome on stage from the Republic of Korea, Rock Chef. Let's learn about kimbap.
Hello. Hello. It's my turn. You're hungry, right? Wait 30 minutes, okay? Okay. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the Secretary General and the officials of UNWTO, and of course BCC officials as well. And also, I would like to express my respect to innovative attempt to invite kimbap chef from Korea. Okay. 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 This one. My name is Raccoon Kim. Just call me Rock Chef. People call me Rock Chef. My nickname is I'm in charge of kimbap globalization, and I'm a reading Korean chef, reading a modern Korean chef, one of them. And then, for the Rock Chef escaped from the conservative Korean food and made many attempts to integrate culture with kimbap. For the past 10 years, the Rock Chef has been promoting kimbap with cultures on the behalf of Korea and at various global events such as Olympic and FITRU, WTM, SMT, something like this. And from now on, I would like to express about kimbap, which is rapidly growing in popularity around the world. And first, I'm starting from the main ingredient of kimbap. It's which is a Korean level called kim. Seaweed, level, kim, many kind of word to call this one. And also, Kim is my name. Okay, the word perception of the kim has changed right after the media introduced the kim as the superfood. The people say that it's a superfood, especially the craze for the health food that has spread because right after COVID, people changed the mind. The kim is low in calories and rich in the nutrient. And also, kim is contained a variety of ingredients. For example, protein, the 5 grams are equal to the 1 egg, and the vitamin is 1 gram is equal to the 2 egg. So small in size, and the effect is very amazing, right? The Korea export kim worth $650 million to 114 countries and hold a nominal share, occupying 70% of global market share due to its substantial presence in the market. The media often refers to the kim as the semiconductor. People say this is a semiconductor, right? Because, same black color. Yeah. And also, kim is the South Korea's foremost exporter in the how can I say, the K-food. So you see the kimchi, kimchi. Kimchi is the best Korean, one of the best Korean food, right? But it's the 6th time of kimchi. And so I'm talking about the kimbap. Kimbap means 2 words combined, kim and bap. Kim is Korean seaweed, and the bap is just a bap, not English name bap. Yeah.
So the name of this is a kimbap.
This is kimbap.
It's so good.
Exactly.
And this is the seaweed.
Do you like
this
it?
is the outer seaweed. With carrot, cucumber, blue pineapple. That's delicious.
Can you see why you go back for more?
We can cancel my lunch order, guys. I'm just going to stay with this.
Yeah, you're happy.
What's this little yellow thing?
Oh, that's egg. That yellow
That's
thing's
egg.
yeah.
So much protein in here.
Yeah.
There's at least 3 vegetables in mine. And you get your fruit from your banana. It's a superhero rubbish.
There you
I feel like if you went over to Downey's for dinner, this is what he would make you.
How many days a week do you have a kimbap?
When I'm in Korea, I had it quite a lot because when you're out on a shoot, there's the sort of thing that you can have it.
So it is like our version of a salmon.
Okay, right. The kimbap is a symbol of Koreans. Koreans mother's warm heart. Every country has a mother's warm heart, right? So, also the symbol of how can I say? Symbol of picnic. Whenever we go to the picnic, we always bring this one. And also, we have to go to the military service for 3 years. My time. At the time, mother come to the military service to meet their son, right? At the time, have to bring the kimbap. If you don't bring the kimbap, angry. Yeah. So this is a kimbap art drawn by myself. Thousands of kimbap, right? I drew this one by myself and elevated the appeal of kimbap through the diverse range of kimbaps in the artwork. And also, this is a kimbap ballet, and the kimbap music, and then kimbap calligraphy, and then any other kimbap package art for the farmers. And so kimbap also has a powerful story than pizza. Also, pizza, burger, sushi have a strong story, I think. But kimbap is a little bit more strong, powerful stories. And because many recipes from the farmers to make one kimbap, I stayed for more than three days with their home and studied their lifestyle and their product, their way of thinking, and I make one and give my recipe to the farmers. Yeah. This is not move? Okay, pass. So, sorry about that. Because this is Hungary, right? Oh, it's not move? Okay, let's go. Just, it's not move? This is not work. That's okay. Okay, let's go. No sound? Okay, this is a.
아침에는 항상 우영우 김밥을 먹습니다. 김밥은 믿음직스러워요. 재료를 한눈에 볼 수 있어 예상 밖의 식감이나 맛에 놀랄 일이 없습니다.
This is a mega hit drama, a Korean drama. And this is extraordinary. Woo has some problem. And so she already have to eat kimbap for the breakfast because, very simple to know, right? What inside, what ingredient inside. So very easy, like this. And kimbap has been selected as the most popular Korean food since the pandemic, as by big media such as this one, CNN. The concept of traditional popular Korean food has changed from right after pandemic. It was a bulgogi and bibimbap, galbi, but after pandemic, it was changed. Okay, so, right. Does that work? Okay. Could you? This is not working. Okay, so you can see. And then the part of Korean life, we always think like this way. So, for your reference, the Korean are believed to be the first to eat the cultivated seaweed and rice, and it can be inferred that the kimbap was eaten for the first time in Korea, and the Rak chef is a descendant of the first kimbap farmer. And it features the ESG-based kimbap. I'm not talking about this kind of this because kimbap is a food that meets a global trend right now. Sustainable and minimal food waste and meticulous preparation process and ingredient efficiency. It's a use of seaweed as an outer layer in the kimbap that adds nutrition and minimize environmental impact. And this is banchan. Korean eat every day with this kind of food. So kimbap uses diverse eco-friendly ingredients that fit a global health trend. And also, this is a platform palm party I made. The platform for the local farmers to showcase their product and the stories, fosters connection between the food, culture, and community. So educate consumers about the origin of their food. As a kimbap and Rak chef is contributing to the local economic development by revitalizing gastronomy-based tourism. For this is Shinnan County. It's very far from the Seoul. The kimbap festival is held 2 weeks later. right after I back to the Korea, I had to prepare this one. So this is Shinan is the best tourism village by UNWTO selected. Maybe 2017? Yeah. This is Gyeongju City. I made developed a lot of local gimbap with local specialties. And this is Jeju Island. You know Jeju Island? I work with many farmers, especially buckwheat. Buckwheat is a kind of noodle. It's very good for health. So I organized a Jeju Buckwheat Cooperative with the farmers in the local. And for the bucket kimbap and the bucket noodle for the business, not only for playing, for business is very important. And this is a ginseng, we say in some. They hold the kimbap contest based on the ginseng, but all these people are farmers, they really want to find the platform to announce themselves, So Kumsan competition is a very big one. And going together with the local industry and the government. This one is a kimbap. Kimbap is advancing kimbap, the production with robotics in partnership with Gyeongsangbuk-do. Gyeongsangbuk-do is a very big territory. It has 23 cities. And then it's not work. And then also with the Gyeongsangbuk-do, so we made how can I say very advanced impossible egg, it's impossible egg. It's good, right? I didn't do anything. Okay. Could you back to my presentation? Okay, back. More. Okay, this one. I'm going from this one. This is a vegan. This is a vegan egg we already made for the kimbap. Some people cannot eat even kimbap and cheese as well, so we have to try to make a different way from the bibimbap, galbi, other countries' food. So Gyeongsangbuk give me the chance. So we R&D right now. And then this is Yeoju City. Yeoju is very famous for rice. The rice is very important for kimbap. So we are R&D to find the optimal rice. And this is my vision, right? 2 weeks later, I'm gonna hold the kimbap festival in Shinan, County. It's a mid-sized one, but it's a big one, but I think mid-sized. But next year, I have a successful basis for the kimbap event or something like this one. So Russia would like to make this festival, the big one, next year, so as the International Food Festival, to be held every year, starting from the next year. So at that time, I'm going to invite all you to the Korea. Yeah, okay. So this is my shop. For global franchising, so always ask you to develop this kind of things because to business with the farmers or local government, we have to listen to your voice, because every country has different kind of situation. So please stay with me. Okay, now starting from the demo, kimbap, the demo is time, but is the camera here? Okay, I'm going to show you two kinds of kimbap today. So one is a party kimbap. So one is a party kimbap. It's a party kimbap is very, it's a children and the family and the foreigner is they like it so much because and it also contribute to the local how can I say local gastronomy based tourism is also. And then this is, in the United States, in the public school, they choose my cooking class as the official program right now, still now. So this is a palto gimbap. It's a palto means a different way. We have how can I say 8 provinces, 8 divisions in Korea, like this. So palto means 8 sections of Korea. So it means we use all specials from the 8 provinces. So I have a network with the government and to make this kind of gimbap, specialty gimbap. Yeah. So this is each gimbap, there are a lot of thousands of recipes I have. To make one gimbap, as I told you, I spent more than 3 days in a farmer's house. I stayed there. Give me the how can I say? Give me the lunch. Give me the dinner. Yeah, for free, and then stay with them, and then share their lifestyle and understand their how can I say? Their husband, their wife. Listen to that, and then I put their stories in my gimbap. So make one by one, give to farmers my recipe to make money, right? So today I'm going to make 2 kinds of things. The first, I'm going to show to today, just a demo, right? Just a demo, but I'm wondering, is it possible to tasting together? But I'm not sure yet. Okay, in Korea, from our childhood, we have to make a gimbap with the mothers because mother doesn't want make many gimbap, right? Because it takes a time, so make their child to make a gimbap and then doing something another things. So gimbap is only how can I say? Can you see that? Okay. So to make a gimbap, we need a little bit thick one, thick gimbap, thick seaweed, because sometimes it's broken. Yeah, that's broken, right? And then I have more than 20 ingredients from the Korea to show you, because gimbap, to make a gimbap very easy. It takes about just 10 seconds, 50 seconds you can make them. But ingredients is very important. So if possible, I want to make you taste all of this one, but I have to ask them. BCC. Okay. Okay, first of all, I'm going to make a gimbap first, the palto gimbap. And then usually I make pink rice. This is made by red cactus, the powder. Yeah. So, it's much better than white one, this one. This is white, right? But women like this one, right? So have to be changed. This color is made by morning glory. It's morning glory. First of all, I'm going to take this one, kimchi, right? This is kimchi I made. It takes about three kimchi. Right. But usually we never put this one, normal kimbap, but the palto kimbap, we use this kind of special cheese, but usually we use this one. And then, the crab, this is crab cake, you know very well. This is one of the two main things. And also, in supermarket, I found this one. This one, right? This is, how can I say, the egg pancake? Egg pancake? Right? But we always use this one to make this one, right? When you make a kimbap, we have to put this one, right? But exactly same. I found this one. Save the time yesterday. Okay, I'm going to put the kimchi. And this is a wild sesame leaf. This is a sesame, right? Sesame. This is leaf one. But Korean eat every day because one of our Korean traditional herb was made with some soy sauce. It's fermented for about 6 months. 6 months ago, we made this one. But nowadays, sometimes we use this kind of things, right? This is how can I say, pollock. It's kind of a fish, but Korean eat this ones every day nowadays. They're like, especially after drinking, right? Like this, right? We have to make a soup with this one. And then I went to supermarket. I found this one, right? What is this? Pepper. Yeah, this is a pepper. But I found the same things, right? The taste a little bit same. To make a taste a little bit stronger, we have to put this one. And then we did two of this one. But original things, Korean, you can find in the supermarket like this way, right? So this one and this one and this one. How can I say in English this one? This is kind of root, yeah, root. Japanese like this one, right? Different way. So we have a lot of ready-made kimbap ingredients like this one. Just put, and then just very easy. It takes about 10 seconds. And also this is a fish cake. This is a fish cake. We cut this one like this way, and put here. And then, I bought this one in supermarket, sardine, The kimbap means not only for Korean ingredient. So you can make a kimbap here with your traditional ingredient, like this one, and this one as well, right? And then salami is something like that, right? And hamon. You can put what you want, everything, so you can make the kimbap. So, and then this one, this is a lot of different kind of banchan. This is made with this one. This one, the same thing. Yeah, soak in the water for about 30 minutes, and squeeze out, and make this one with some ingredient, seasons. I like this so much. And then just wrapping, when you think ready. But usually we use this one, bamboo mat. But you don't need to make in hurry, when you're in a hurry, just with your hand, yeah? You know, bamboo mat, we need a bamboo mat when you make a little bit sophisticated, much better than now, like this. And then when you make the kimbap at last, you have to cut, you roll like this and push both of sides. Yeah, this is a kimbap, one made. And the next, I'm going to make the party kimbap. I want to make a flour. We need a half size of kim, and then 100 grams of steamed rice. The color is much better. Okay, first I'll make it like this. And then I need 5 small things, right? This one, how to make this one? Cut like this. You can take the same size. 1. And if you want to make a pink leaf of kimbap, use pink rice and divide equal quantity of 5 pieces like this. And then, you know this? You know this is a sausage. You know, this is a Kraft sausage, small things. The Korean children is crazy for this one. But usually we made this one with fork, but this is made with crab. This is good for Asia. Halal. Let's make a stem of a pink rice. That's mine. You're hungry, right? And then make 5 stems of pink rice. Okay, from now, we need this one to make 5 each stem of rice to make even size, the same size like this. So we have 5 leaf of pink rice stem and 1 sausage, right? So when I'm doing the cooking class for the children, always this is disappeared. People making kimbap. So I give to children this one end of class to make a roll. And do like this. And then make around the center is a sausage. Doing like this, you can see the flour, right? But after cutting, it's different. Thank you. Thank you, David. David, we met in Macau about 3 weeks ago. At the time, he really wanted to eat this one, but MGM Hotel, the regulation is very strict, right? So it's possible, but today as well. Okay, this is a kimbap. After cutting, I'm going to display here to show you before eating your lunch. Okay, so okay. Okay, can you see that? Oh, this is the kimbap, right? This is a usual hot dog kimbap with the specialties. So I pre-made already because it takes a long time. So I made a different kind of kimbap. Yes, like this. This one. This one. Did you see this one? Broke the keeper. Same. Okay, I'm done. So, can you see this one? Anyway, I really want to say again, give me the chance to express my kimbap, especially thank you, David. I'm going to buy dinner for you, not dinner. And if I have a chance, another chance to express, to share with you, with the kimbap, I'm going to just invite me in your country, a festival and some events. I'm going to fly quickly. Okay? Okay, this is all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Muchísimas gracias. Vamos a...
Thank you so much. Now we are going to have a break. They're going to take some pictures. Now we are going for lunch. We'll be back at 3:30, and we will be talking about examples of good practices. See you later, and enjoy your meal.
Welcome back. Ongi etorri berriz ere. Inspirational journey with our next session, Get Inspired. Professionals from the fields of gastronomy and tourism are going to share their expertise and experience with concrete examples that will serve as inspiration for others. Before inviting the moderator of the session to take over the discussion, I would like to invite back on stage David Mora, coordinator of the master's degree in gastronomy tourism at the Basque Culinary Center, to present us what's coming up on good practices in gastronomy tourism.
Thank you, eskerrik asko. So good afternoon, arratsaldeon. Hope you had a nice meal. Those who are having or going on the excursions tomorrow, please enjoy the Basque Country. I think we have the nicest of weathers possible for you guys. And I'm going to briefly present you some of the conclusions of a survey that we did recently during the summertime with UNWTO, taking into consideration the usage of the guidelines of this document that I'm going to talk about briefly now. Okay. So first one question, like the hypothesis, as an academic scholar, well, is it true that well-planned gastronomy tourism might help or could help sustainable development in our countries? I think after these 2 days of debate, of panels, and so much insightful content and really mindful information that we had, we can say that it is true that a good planification, good strategy of destinations might enhance sustainable development in our countries, in our regions through food and through gastronomy. What can destinations currently do in order to boost gastronomy tourism? Hence, we say that gastronomy tourism is really powerful, is really helpful for this sustainable development. What can destinations do in order to enhance and to foster gastronomy tourism along the different destinations? For that, some of you were there, some of you wrote it. Amaya, Iñaki, you were the writers of the guidelines. This was presented, as you may know, as it was released in the previous forum, World Gastronomy Forum, which took place in Cursal Palace in San Sebastian downtown, very close to Tabacalera. And well, we decided that it was the right moment to make a kind of a hiatus and think about it, make a kind of a reflection of the usage of the guidelines of this document, whose purpose and scope is mostly to provide guidelines and tools for the destinations who want to start or who wants to further develop gastronomy tourism in their destinations, to provide these practical instruments to DMOs, national tourism administrations, in order to facilitate and develop gastronomy tourism worldwide. And I think it's been quite successful, and I'm going to release right now, I'm going to convey you the message. These are that's the contents of the index of the document, the different phases that the guidelines suggest in order to develop for gastronomy tourism in your destinations. Here at BCC, we always pay a lot of attention. We stress a lot the value chain of gastronomy tourism. I think the message already was conveyed, because as we saw this morning, now we think gastronomy tourism is more about the producers rather than fine dining. So I think this idea of paying attention to the origin of the produce has it's already growing in us. That's a good news. So this survey that we did, UNWTO with our help at BCC, we released a survey on this SurveyMonkey platform, both in Spanish and in English, in order to enhance the responses. We finally got, as we speak, 47 responses at regional and national level, because there are also some affiliate members which are not nations, but also regions, and also private companies, of course. Those responses came from 27 countries, which I think is quite decent response. And out of those 47 responses, 14 of them responded that they have actively used the guidelines for their own gastronomy tourism strategy or for improving their current situation of gastronomy tourism. The goal or the idea is now, with all this information, I'm going to present briefly 5 good practices, but with all the information that we gathered, the idea is to prepare a document, like an update of the document. In case you haven't downloaded yet, please do it. And we will present another document by mid-2024 with these good practices so that you can download it and maybe use them in your destinations. So these are the 5 practices. These are the ones that we have enough information. Then we think, and some of them are here too, which I'm going to mention afterwards. First of them is Chile. Chile, I have to say that it was one of the countries which was most active during the pandemic. They were helping their companies a lot through training, public funding, and well, they have now their own strategy for the development of gastronomy tourism. They were working a lot on human capital, on people, in order to reactivate the sector after the pandemic. It was, the pandemic in Chile was, hit very hard, I have to say, it was one of the countries in Latin America which was hit extremely hard, and they had like several lockdowns, so it was very hard for the hospitality industry. And they also want to improve the gastronomic culture of the Chilean society. Of course, this document, I don't know if it will be uploaded, but it will be available to all of you guys. And also they are working a lot on wine tourism. They have this cluster that is called Enoturismo Chile, which has its own training program, this online training for wineries, Enoturismo Market Ready. They also have the Saborea Chile, which are gastronomy events throughout the country. As you know, Chile has a quite remarkable geography. And also they are developing this methodology for the creation of more gastronomy tourism clusters, even though, of course, wine tourism is one of the key resources and attractions to this amazing country. And, well, they did, of course, the diagnosis and the value map of Chile's gastronomy and product strategy, basing or taking as a helpful resource the guidelines from WTO. Tenerife, who's in the house, let's say, they have their own plan for gastronomy tourism on the island. Of course, this island is in a process of repositioning from being a sun and sea destination into being a broader diversifying the offer. And of course, gastronomy on Canary Islands are one of very unique and really interesting. So they have been working since 2019, more or less, to preserve the sociocultural values of their gastronomy, also to reinforce the value chain of gastronomy. There are a lot of producers, cheese, wine, well, you name it. There's a wide array of products, and also trying to diversify the tourist portfolio of the island currently. This is the logo. And, well, the results, because they have already been working on gastronomy tourism for, let's say, 4 years, they can already give us some results, the outputs of the work done, and an increase in the consumption of local food among visitors, which is, I think, is a great advance. Also, a significant increase in the use of local produce in the menus. Sometimes when we go to those destinations, it's hard to find local produce and like typical recipes. That's another advance on Tenerife. And also the inclusion of elements of local gastronomy in tourist products and services, so more visits to maybe coffee factories, cheese factories, wine, and so on and so forth. And in general, the recognition, internal and external, of the island's gastronomy. Then we have the region of Quintana Roo in Mexico. They have their own strategy for the development of gastronomy in this very touristy area of Mexico. Here I would like to point out the Comité de Fomento de la Gastronomía. So they are really paying attention to the governance of gastronomy tourism in Quintana Roo. So they have this comité, which is formed by different stakeholders of gastronomy in the area, and they are executing the master plan that they developed for gastronomy tourism. Yeah, and they also have a strategy for gastronomy as a whole, not just gastronomy tourism, but it's somehow intertwined gastronomy tourism with gastronomy, with these 4 pillars in their strategy: promotion, value, enhancing value chain training, and sustainability, quality, and food safety. That, of course, is key also for example, for a street food offer. Then we have this is neither a nation nor a region. This is a public-private institution, the Culinary Tourism Alliance. Actually, the graph that I showed before about the value chain was done by the Culinary Tourism Alliance. It was originally was based in Ontario, but now they went global. I mean, they went to the whole nation of Canada. And right now they are working on and also using the guidelines on the National Culinary and Agri-Tourism Strategy for Canada, which is a huge country, of course. And also COVID hit hard in Canada. Now they are working on this provincial Feast-On certification program. They had a series of events throughout the country, and they have these plans for next year to implement a new academic research program and developing a national certification program. And well, I wanted to point out also this Great Taste of Canada, which is a campaign that is still ongoing, with the creation of a lot of content, online content regarding gastronomy, and well, also trying to convey this message of the taste of place, about which World Food Tourism Organization talks so much, giving sense of place through taste of place. And finally, we have Slovenia. I have to say I was really surprised, positively surprised by the amazing and insightful strategy that Slovenia has currently ongoing. They have this action plan which will be finalized this year. Also, they use the guidelines for the development of the document, which is uploaded. You have there the website. They have 3 marketing goals, which I'm going to deploy afterwards, 5 strategic areas and 37 initiatives. Here you have the 3 marketing goals on mainly visibility, sustainability, and higher added value. For example, working more on, like say, awarded restaurants, helping the restaurants. Of course, they have Ana Ros from Hisha Franca, which is the paradigm of green and farm-to-fork restaurant worldwide, and also sustainability and the higher added value. I suppose trying to attract higher spending visitors. That's something that every destination wants right now. And just to finish with this one, they have now this award, this distinction in Slovenia, Green Cuisine, which has like a decalogue of different elements that have to fulfill a certain given accommodation or restaurant facility in order to get awarded as Slovenia Green Accommodation or Slovenia Green Cuisine. I think they're doing great, a good reference for all of you. So just want to finish with this sentence, this quote by Michael Pollan, a very famous journalist, talking about food as community, family, and identity. And I think here with these forums, we are growing the community of gastronomy tourism worldwide. Thank you very much.
Gracias, David. Bueno, interesante.
Thank you, David. Very interesting, your presentation. And we can see how around the world we are witnessing very good practices that can be inspiring for all of us. To go more in depth, now we are going to see some specific examples of best practices in this area. Let's welcome Iñaki Gaztelumendi, who's the technical coordinator of the Basque Culinary Center. Good afternoon. For those of you coming from outside San Sebastian, welcome to San Sebastian. This edition, this 8th edition of the forum, the name is really very, very, very good because it's back to the roots, and we are coming back to San Sebastian. The last edition held in San Sebastian was in 2019, so we are coming back to the roots also in the sense of this forum. Well, at that time there were really very good events. And well, it's true that even if I've found myself very well outside, it's always good news to be back home. So it's a great pleasure for us, for all the panelists, that you are still here Friday afternoon here. So I think it's great. It's a great bet for you, because when I as I tell my students in my masters, some of you have just finished your master's degree. Well, the first day, the first message I try to convey is that gastronomy and tourism are two of the main driving forces of the world. Some of them say, as much as that? Think about the economical, social, cultural, and environmental significance they have in the world. So this is probably the most significant global event dealing with this. We are combining tourism and gastronomy. So this is the first motivation. And we also have a panel of experts in gastronomy tourism, which is really amazing. It's a great pleasure for me to be able to share experiences with them. And we've been talking for several days, well, I think that this discussion is going to be really fantastic. First of all, we've got Ana Paula Jack from the Ministry of Tourism of Brazil. So welcome, Ana. The second person here is Katerina Kousuri from the ministry, from the Greek ministry. Then we've got Arya Gali Thanindita from Indonesia. I think then we've got Maria Velasco González, advisor, Secretary of Tourism from Spain. And finally, we've got a great host as the General Director of Basquetour, Daniel Solana. Welcome home. So before I give the floor to Ana Paula, well, just one moment. Well, I can go there, no problem. So before starting with the presentations, this is a bit, this panel is going to be a bit different, because apart from the discussion, we want all the participants to be able to explain their experiences. But before going more in depth with Anna's presentation, I'd like to highlight a couple of things that I think are important to be said before the presentations. First, actually, when you see the title of this edition, Back to the Roots, well, I think that some people have been in different fora, and these people are going to understand me better. Well, during the last 7 editions, when talking in gastronomy terms, we've been leaving some prints to be taken to the moment we are in now. I have to say that this is a trend that is not only happening in gastronomy. This concept of back to the roots can be found in arts, in literature, in cinema. So if you have a look at the latest awarded films in festivals, you'll find this concept of back to the roots, back to the origin. This seems to be trendy right now. So the concept of going back to the roots, to the origin, has always been there. There are things that are happening that are a little bit underlying, but they're already happening. And this concept has been there for several editions already. The vision, I think that Jose Maria explained it really well yesterday. We have to look at gastronomy from a very holistic point of view. The profiles of the panelists have been different, but you see that there's some matching points. There are some matching points. So, and we need to give some significance to these secondary routes sometimes, not only the main motorways or the main routes. So we have to find these good practices, these experiences that allow us building collective intelligence. Well, all these questions are connected here, and this concept of back to the roots, for 2, 3, 4, we've highlighted some key elements explaining this phenomenon, and we've used the figure of Wende Perrin, because he's a poet, he's also a farmer, and there's a sentence by him which is that eating is a farming act. So every time we sit down in a restaurant or when we sit down on our home's table, this is a farming action, because the product we're going to eat comes from agriculture. So, and every time we eat, we are somehow making a revolution. And I think this is a key element. So before giving the floor to Ana Paula, I'd like to give you some context for this concept. And this is what we are seeing in different parts of our society. So this concept of back to the origin, to the roots. This brings us some nostalgia, some sense of missing. This word, nostalgia, comes from Greek, and this word tried to reflect a negative feeling. But now it's something positive. At the beginning, it used to be negative, but now it's positive. And one of the reflections about nostalgia is that, well, Marcel Proust, for example, already talked about this concept, the Marcel Proust's cupcake, or when he was talking about this cupcake, he talked about unique moments, special moments, and that's what we find when we have a gastronomy experience. This is what he expressed through this muffin. The muffin is not an object itself. He talked about the muffin because he used to soak it in his coffee, and he ate it, and he had this positive feeling. The most influential gastronomy critic, you all know who he is. Who do you think is the most relevant critic? Anthony? I don't know. The Ratatouille is Ego. Okay. The name is great. Ego. Etonego had this moment in Ratatouille, in the film. He had this nostalgia moment. He became a better person. So we've been talking about this back to the roots moment, these memories, these souvenirs, and everything is related to heritage, culture. So in this panel, we're going to try to go a step forward in this process of building collective intelligence, and thanks to our presenters, we'll be able to have quality moments thanks to your interventions. And when this session finishes, will probably be richer in the field of gastronomy tourism. So we are going to move to Brazil, okay, a wonderful country.
Yes, I think I'm going to get up. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here with you. It's my first time in San Sebastian, so thank you very much for this warm welcome. In the name of Sandra Carvalho, I'd like to thank everybody at the OMT and the UNWTO and the Basque Culinary Center for this fantastic event so we can share a few days together. And I think we can now call ourselves friends. Where do I have to look at? Over there? Do I have to point there? Is that correct? No, doesn't work.
Tengo el mismo problema de Rocket Chef.
I have the same issue as Rocket Chef. It doesn't work? Now. So what is Brazilian gastronomy? It's my question to you. First of all, I'd like to invite you to travel. Please close your eyes and think of a country where you think there's the highest biodiversity in the world. We have 6 different ecosystems, many of them. All those 6 ecosystems made up for 20% of the planet's biodiversity. We have a coast of over 7,000 kilometers and different water plants that give us the fruit from the sea, seafood, fish, etc. So we are the mega diversity country. We're also a country with a huge cultural heritage. We have 22 World Heritage Sites, Humanity Heritage Sites, 22. We have many different festivities, lots of handicrafts, many different tools that are also part of our heritage. We have 115 geographical indications in Brazil for cocoa, for yuca, for coffee, cachaça, for cheese, for honey, wines, for many fruits and sweets. Just for Brazilian coffee, we have 15 warranties of origins. The names are in Portuguese because these are warranties of origin for coffee. And that turns Brazil in the main producer and exporter of coffee worldwide. Coffee is part of our culture, of our economy, of our identity. We never finish a lunch or a dinner without a little cup of coffee, right? So we have what we call the Brazilian terroir, because we have lots of diversity that you can meet if you travel there. You can see it. And we are also a continent. We are indigenous. We have 305 indigenous peoples. 56% of our population is black. We have many traditional communities. We are Paulistans from Pernambuco, Gaucho. We are Paraenses. And we are a mixture of all that. And that's what makes up Brazil. So we are many different Brazils. We also have a gastronomy that's very well rated by foreign tourists. It's the second best rated value in all the satisfaction polls for foreign visitors. The third one is hospitality. We have restaurants which are between the best of the world. We have Michelin stars, and we even have the best female chef in Latin America. There was the list of the best female chefs for the 50 best restaurants, and we got that list that was published yesterday. And Joana Boeda is a chef from Sao Paulo, and her name was there. A female chef in Sao Paulo that really makes a difference in gastronomy. She works with students. She works with the whole chain of the pork, everything from the pork, and that's what what she values most. And now I'm going to talk about boys. We have 4 creative cities of gastronomy: Belém, Florianópolis, Paraty, and Belo Horizonte. Hello, people from Belo Horizonte, with a big delegation here today. My colleagues. And like I said, we have 115 geographical indications, 85 of which are for food and agricultural products. So what are we doing at Embratur? Embratur is the tourism promotion agency in Brazil. It's 6 months since I work there. I used to be coordinating the national gastronomy project. I don't know if Brazil answered the poll, because we used the guide as a principle for our national program of gastronomy tourism. A few months ago, I was invited to work at Embratur to promote a new country. To promote a country beyond beaches and sun, of which we have a lot, and it's important for our tourism too. But we are also working with the country, changing the strategy so that people know other things about Brazil. For instance, that it is a gastronomy destination, it's inclusive, it's sustainable, with a lot of diversity, both from a cultural and a gastronomy point of view. The first thing we did was to create a principle chart, and we called it the Gastronomy Manifesto at Embratur. We set a series of values on which we work at an international level, at fairs, advertising campaigns, interactions with producers and chefs. And of course, we committed to work together with everybody. And here are some examples of things that we are doing. Everything that has to do with heritage, culture, with the different tools that we use, the fun tools, press trips, marketing campaigns, participation at fairs, and we diversify the number of TG experiences with international operators. We've created an alliance, and I think Gastromotiva is very well known here in the Basque culinary. I think they were awarded many prizes, and we're a Chef Fellows group. It's called Gastromotiva, and it's an organization of social gastronomy. And we recently created an alliance with them, and we are working on everything concerning inclusion through gastronomy. We also are trying to find international events, and we are now trying to attract the forum to Brazil, the next forum. You're all invited there. Well, you're invited anyway to Brazil, so you can come anytime. And like I said, we want to position our country as a culturally diverse destination, gastronomically diverse destination too. So, Iñaki and dear colleagues, this is what we are doing in Brazil. I think we will have more time to talk. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anna. Well, as you can see, Brazil is working hard. In a couple of minutes, she sent a message to Brazil saying, we answered. So, and the other message is offering the country for our next forum. So congratulations and thank you very much for your presentation. The next intervention will be by our dear Katerina from Greece. This is a sweet moment for Greece. Without Greece, we don't understand the Mediterranean cuisine and diet. And this year is the 10th anniversary of the declaration of Mediterranean diet as a humanity heritage. This is something that has impacted in all of us, in food production, recipes. Many of the names we use come from Greek language. And these are many of the terms we use in gastronomy come from Greek, ancient Greek. So that's part of our common legacy. It's a pleasure to present Katerina.
Yes,
exactly.
Clearly.
Thank you. The floor is yours, Katerina.
So thank you on behalf of the ministry for the invitation. Thank you for the hospitality so far. We have a project concerning gastronomy, and we strongly believe it's going to change the scenery in Greece. In Greece, we have 13 regions, all very, very rich and very unique blend of thematic tourism. The experience someone has to live are multiple and in all parts. You know already, as I asked, most of you have already been to Greece at least once, so that makes us really happy. All 13 regions have to offer cultural heritage, religious, outstanding agricultural and outdoor activities, a unique scenery by the sea and the mountains. The project we are working on is to enhance the traveler's experience throughout the country and manage seasonality. One of the things we do is to certify and issue quality labels for different kinds of businesses concerning gastronomy and agritourism. We already have the label for wine tourism, the Greek cuisine, the olive mill open to the public, brewery open to the public, and agritourism. The restaurants with the label Greek cuisine have to serve local products and have a certain number of local plates served in the restaurant. The agritourism business always has to serve products listed in the official farm products of the Ministry of Agritourism. Sorry. So all this, we have counted in years that research and measuring is really important. So we performed in the Directorate of Research a research on the label of agritourism, how difficult it was for the farmers to get involved and issue a label. What was the impact of the label? Their testimonies showed that it helped them a lot to develop, reduce unemployment, and the depopulation, which is really popular to rural areas. The agritourism proved to be really high, really resilient during the pandemic, because it was outdoors and many people wanted to act and experience the land work. So what they asked for, the farmers, were more wide cooperation throughout the country to be able to project what they do. So taking all this into account and having the opportunity through the funds of resilience from the European Union, the Directorate of Strategic Planning planned and proposed the Agritourism and Gastronomy Network. It's going to be a network of a funding of almost 17 million. The main objective is to connect all businesses, all activities, all festivals, all products that comply to gastronomy and agritourism. It's going to be a national DMMO for gastronomy and agritourism. The end result will be reflected in a digital map, which is going to be connected to the National Organization of Tourism, the Visit Greece website. So all over the world, it's going to be really easy to exploit the map, make personal preferences, and make your profile to what you want, where you want to go, what you can taste, how you can participate to the activities in the agritourism, and be part of the process that leads to a delicious dish. How we are going to do it? It's a 3-level process. The first level is to make an industry study, both at the field of agriculture and gastronomy, write down and map all products and activities, and then perform a strategic action plan concerning that. Second level is going to be the branding. The branding is divided into two parts. One part is to attract members to assign to the network, the businesses, the festivals, the small restaurants in small villages, the producers that want to show the product they produce, and then present it to the world internationally. It's a big project. We are planning to go around Greece, inform, and make them involved, because it's so important to get them to understand how the development of a tourist tourist product is so important for them. A small village, there is a small tavern that makes an exceptional pie that no one from the world can know until they go there. They need access to advertise and marketing. So we are hoping through the regions and the municipalities to get them together and let them know what they can do through this project. Finally, in level 3, we are going to put that on a map so that the visitor can scan the map, select products or an area, and see what they can do around there. So the vision about the about all this project, when it finishes, hopefully by the end of 2025, it's going to be an interconnection system which is going to be really easy for someone to experience and make his personal profile in the network for what he likes. We hope that we create new products and new activities because of the network to promote to the world. So it's really optimistic and really hopeful that the people are involved. The involvement of people is what makes it difficult, but I think training and education and learning about it is going to be motivating. So, whoops, I did something. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Katerina. Fantastic presentation. Fijaos cómo nos gustó mucho precisamente la experiencia de...
We really enjoyed Greece's experience because within all those trends that we've been witnessing for years now, combining agritourism, gastronomy tourism, that combine understanding how the ecosystem of a territory works. Brazil has one model, Greece has another model, and we thought it was incredibly interesting to see how they face such a rich and dense ecosystem as gastronomy, Greek gastronomy is. And we're talking about ancient destinations, really countries and people who have very old heritage, starting by the language itself, but also gastronomy. And they've also built onto it. When I think about the physical heritage linked to gastronomy, if I think of the Mediterranean, I think of windmills. The windmills that were first created in Greece, but if you travel all along the Mediterranean, you can see them, and they have been declared as part of the national heritage in many countries. And I think Greece's contribution is exceptional concerning gastronomy tourism. It's been a real pleasure to have your presentation this afternoon. And now we're jumping to another continent. We move from the Mediterranean, from old Europe to Indonesia, an exceptional country, also very rich in gastronomy, and a country, a region that has made giant steps improving and professionalizing tourism and improving the competitivity of gastronomy tourism as well.
That this is your home, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Inaki, for the introduction, and thank you, UNWTO, for inviting Indonesia to this important forum. I would like to share, and I'll take this opportunity to share our journey on developing a gastronomic tourism destination in Ubud, Bali, Indonesia. So, in Indonesia, we have an island which is visited and attracting millions of tourists every year, called Bali. It's often dubbed as the island of God. But inside Bali, we have a very small, cool village called Ubud that is very popular of culture. It's a cultural destination. And we've decided to develop Ubud as a gastronomic destination due to several reasons. First, because food is part of the Ubud's daily life. Most of the Ubudis are Hindu, and they have a lot of religious ceremonies. That food is always present in the religious and the ceremonies. So second part is Ubud has the richness of gastronomic offering, starting from the high-level restaurants, farm to table, heritage cooking. In fact, 4 out of 25 best fine dining in Asia in 2018 was in Ubud. And then the high acknowledgement of the cultural and environmental landscape, especially the rice field landscape, getting more international recognition. And also, based on our survey, most or all of the tourists that visit Ubud at least have experienced one gastronomic experience. So based on this background, we've decided to work with the UNWTO starting in 2018 to implement the guidelines of, for the development of gastronomic destination. This project divided into 3 phases. So the first step, or the first phase, is basically to assess the destination, to basically to map out what we really have, and to really do an analysis of market and competitors. And in 2020, we have finalized the second step of the project, which is basically we work together on developing the strategic plan on how to move forward. We've identified 4 key pillars to move forward, and also what's the best governance model to really accommodate and to coordinate different stakeholder interests. And originally the project needs to finish in 2021, but unfortunately due to COVID, we need to delay the project. But starting 2023, we follow up the project to the phase 3, which is basically to map out the best business model, the KPIs, and also the best marketing and communication plan that we can do to promote Ubud as a gastronomic destination. These projects should be finished at the end of 2023 in December, fingers crossed. What we really learned from the first 2 phases of the Ubud that it is important if any destination wants to develop a tourism, a gastronomic tourism destination, to really understand what we really have. So in the first 2 phases, we map out and we really embrace the key resources and key elements what we had. Originally, at the first stage, we only understand that gastronomic tourism or gastronomic tourism destination is about the the high-level restaurants. But then after the project, we understand that we have these key element and resources that can be offered for tourists as to give them the whole holistic experience, holistic gastronomic experience. First is the gastronomic heritage. And we have this beautiful landscape irrigation system to irrigate the rice field called Subak. And also the cultural heritage in the field in the form of a relief of food history in a couple of temples in Ubud. And second key element is gastronomic food producers and food industries. It's basically we involve the vineyard in Ubud and also the traditional chocolate factory. Third element is the specialist trade. We also involve the traditional market. They usually sell the basic ingredients and basic spices used in Balinese traditional food, and also the croquet shops. This is the ceramic shops that used to present and to serve the food. And fourth element is the center of research and training. We also involve the R&D academy and also museum and galleries, basically to showcase the gastronomic technology and gastronomic heritage in Ubud. This is the most popular element, I guess, the hospitality sector, the accommodation and restaurants, ranging from homestay, hotels, street food, restaurants and coffee shop, and also the small eateries called warung. And sixth element is about events and activities to disseminate gastronomic culture, not only the religious ceremonies, but also food festivals. We have this very famous festival called Ubud Food Festival, and also the cooking class. So I've mentioned before that the project need to delay due to pandemic. So starting in 2023, we try to reactivate the project, which is quite challenging because so many people lost their job during pandemic, and new people are now owning the restaurant or managing the restaurants or hotels or homestays, which is quite challenging for us to reactivate the project. However, we have done a couple of, I think, important projects or programs to reactivate this the development. First is to escalate this project into national priorities. So we understand that to develop a gastronomic tourism destination need to be supported by different ministries and stakeholders. So then we put this project as part of the national program called Indonesia Spice of the World, basically the national project to really promote Indonesia spices, Indonesia cuisine to international audience. And also we include the executive office of the president, so in the hope that the president really look and put attention to this project. Another thing is that we ensure local government commitment by renewing the MOU between local government and central government. And we've done also a lot of stakeholders meeting to basically to synergize the programs between different ministries, and also we've done surveys to basically to get the insight.
Básicamente para saber qué estaba pasando después de la pandemia. Voy a terminar mi presentación con algunas ideas clave que llevarse a casa. Si quieres desarrollar un destino de turismo gastronómico, lo primero es entender el conjunto de elementos y recursos gastronómicos de la región y también encontrar unas imágenes muy claras del destino. También es importante contar con héroes locales, líderes del sistema, para establecer redes y relaciones intersectoriales y transversales que coordinan.
The guideline for the development of a tourism gastronomic destination by UNWTO, I think this guideline offer a very robust framework for any destination who would like to transform into a tourism gastronomic destination. That will be the end of my presentation. I will, even though the project is not finished, but I will invite you to enjoy gastronomic destination in Ubud, Bali. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Aria. Muchas gracias por tu intervención. ¿Ves cómo?
Thank you, Aria, for your intervention. A destination such as Indonesia, which has a great reputation, has found in gastronomy tourism a tool to relate with their potential visitors. It's a way of expression, of cultural expression, strengthening, enriching the already rich destination of Indonesia. When we are talking about inspirational destinations, we are thinking about destinations such as Indonesia. So congratulations for the work you've carried out for the last years. We go back to Europe. Well, we've left Spain and the Basque Country for the end. And now we've got to present the work that Spain has been carrying out for the last years. We are going to talk about it. Gastronomy is an expression of our culture, and our expression towards visitors, international visitors, is done through gastronomy. So, Maria, thank you for your presence, and you've got the floor. Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank your invitation. I'll try to be short because I think discussion is always much more interesting for this last day and one of the last sessions. Well, I'd like to say that I'm going to tell you about what we're doing from the ministry, the Spanish ministry, because in Spain, the competence in tourism is delegated to the autonomous communities, the regional governments, and also the city councils are competent in this. So from the national government, apart from the international promotion, we generate spaces that may be of interest. We try to generate the spaces of support, and we try to fill in a gap for a common work, joint work that can be inspiring for institutions, entities that are working in different territories within the country, even if the country is small. for example, if we compare it to Brazil, but we've got many diversities. What I'm going to tell you today is within the context of the Recovery, Transformation and Resilience Plan funds. In the case of Spain, when we negotiated these funds with the European Commission, we asked for a specific fund to work on tourism. The different European countries took their decisions about the different topics they wanted to cover, and some of us decided that tourism had to be a specific section to work on. In the case of Spain, this joint specific work, this is chapter 14, and we always talk about the 14 component. So I'm going to tell you about what we are doing in the gastronomy plan is within this context. Last year, we carried out a reflection work to see from this starting point on how from the ministry we can cooperate to open cooperation spaces and to inspire with some programs some of the actions that are being carried out. We elaborated this national wine gastronomy plan. We tried to find a name that wasn't gastronomy, tourism, and wine and gastronomy tourism, but we wanted to have a joint term. Well, for these 2 days, we've been listening to these many times because I think that the values as shared, we find almost the same concepts in every presentation we've seen these 2 days. When we talk about tourism, about wine and gastronomy tourism, we're talking about these three dimensions. We talk about the product, the dimension of processes, and how they are transformed into different produce. And we are also talking about the cultural dimension, the dimension of culture. We also read the guide that David presented, and we were inspired by this work. And due to the position we have within the touristic sector, the most inspiring part was the concept itself of the elements making part of this specific gastronomy ecosystem, and we wanted them all. And, well, we've made a different representation stating that for us it is very important to think about food products in different categories. Of course, it is very important to work with the hospitality industry in a more traditional way, and any of its categories. It's very important to take into account the specialist trade, markets, shops that seem to be a tourist resource. And in this category, we have to think about gastronomy heritage, and we also have to talk about culture. We have to incorporate also some informative spaces, and we also have to incorporate into this ecosystem the training and research centers. So when we were thinking about the work carried out in gastronomy tourism or wine and gastronomy tourism, we thought it was important to consider the whole set of stakeholders making part of this ecosystem. Some of them have been the protagonists within the tourist sector, industry. Some of them are gaining this protagonist role, and some others need to be promoted to take this involvement. Well, the next step was if we all agree on the concepts, the values, now the big challenge, at least from the public sphere, but also from the private sphere, is that we need to find ways to make things. We need to find work instruments, tools. We wanted to promote some specific tools. One of them had to do with working with the destinations, and it was supported by a way of working that existed in Spain for many years, for several decades, and they're plans that are co-funded by the three spaces of multi-level government. They're called sustainability plans at the destination. Now they've had different names, and we were proposing them to work within the idea of a gastronomy destination in 4 specific axes: green transition, energy efficiency, digital transition, and competitiveness. I remind you that this is funded by European funds, and part of this logic is determined by the logic itself of funding by the European Commission. So destinations, municipalities could submit a gastronomy destination plan, but they needed to incorporate some actions that could fit these lines of work. Another tool that we were suggesting to work with was also using a different program that we are boosting, which has to do rather than with the destination, but with the experience, the gastronomy experience, and it is based on the strategy Tourist Experiences Spain. This is a tool that we started in our country last year, also with European funds, and it also has a logic based on. This logic is based on a question that has been repeated several times during this forum. We receive almost 90 million tourists in Spain, and we've got many companies. More than 95% of the companies are SMEs, many of them of less than 3 workers, employees. So for us, it is really important to think on them. Any progress we make need to reach very small institutions, very weak distributions, and that are very spread within the territory. So we need to create a network of stakeholders so that we can strengthen some intermediate entities that may translate our discussions, our work, and make it visible for the SMEs. And we were also asking them to establish a stakeholders network working in a shared experience. For example, working in tourism related to olive oil. We wanted this network to be made up of agents located in different points in the country that could share different problems and find joint solutions. And finally, and this is the end of my presentation, we also thought that the tourist promotion needed a modification, because we are in a moment where tourist promotion that we know in our country needs to make a bet for a promotion based in values. And within these values, gastronomy and wine, the wine industry, allow us to deliver much more interesting campaigns that can convey the effort that the country wants to do in order to improve sustainability in its triple dimension, environmental, economical, and of course social of the activity. There's a lot of work to be done, but we think it's a great moment but we think it's an interesting moment that, apart from the intellectual work that has been carried out, that seems to be clearer, we are seeing new opportunities that allow us make all this true and make all this a reality. And we hope that many stakeholders will be able to get into our strategy. So thank you so much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, María. Y ya nos toca.
So now we are going to finish with this first phase of the panel. So we've got now Daniel from Basquetour. So you've got the floor.
Buenas tardes, good evening. Welcome to.
Good afternoon.
Director of the Basque Tourism Office. I welcome you to my country, and I hope you will enjoy very much here among us. So, now the video, I think, is coming now. No. Right. Thank you. Everything has one origin. Basque gastronomy, too. It is the land, the sea, the vegetables, gardens, and the forests. It's the baseries, the farmhouses, and the recipes, in the cupelas, the barrels, and in the vineyards and restaurants and their kitchens. In Euskadi, the gastronomy is in our day and represents our DNA. Its heritage, tradition, culture, mothers, grandmothers, family, and friendship, and gastronomical societies. From the Basque government, we have been working in that long time ago. Gastronomy is always in our strategical and marketing plans as a principal touristic brand and a strategical pillar. 21% of the tourists are coming to Basque Country just for gastronomy. Given the importance of gastronomy and the connection with tourism, the Tourist Gastronomic Club was set up under the name of Euskadi Gastronomica. Euskadi is Basque country in Basque language. This Euskadi Gastronomica in order to develop a gastronomic tourism product that is loyal to our roots, being competitive and sustainable, that guarantees experience, top quality service, and the best gastronomic experiences in the Basque Country. It was necessary for all the agents to get involved in sharing values and work with one philosophy. To achieve this, the Department of Tourism, Trade and Consumer Affairs and the Basque government and the Basque Tourism Agency, Basquetour, have created the Euskadi Gastronomica Charter of Values, a total of 22 principles grouped in 8 values that comprise a set of qualities that must be represented in the DNA of the business enterprises and professionals that form part of Euskadi Gastronomica Club. The Euskadi Tourism Code of Ethics has been drawn up based on the international standards in this area, such as the UNWTO Global Code of Ethics, and has been adapted to the characteristics of the Basque Country and its identity, with the participation of different tourist agents of Euskadi. Important values are, for example, contribution to understanding and respect for tourists' equality, inclusion, and tolerance of diversity, as well as sustainability and promotion of local traditions and culture. Preservation of the cultural heritage of humanity with focus on excellence and professionalism, respect for people's rights, and appropriate treatment of workers and entrepreneurs in the sector. Now, in 2023, we will have in the Register of Tourism of Ethics, we will have 730 companies that will be members of this register. It's very important protecting and conserving our natural environment. The establishment's members, aware of the importance of conserving the environment and natural resources for the development of tourism and gastronomic activity, have developed a sustainability strategy and carry out practices to improve energy efficiency, promoting the green and sustainable practices. The circular economy at the heart of the tourist and the gastronomic services is a commitment to seasonal products. The business establishments, the members of Euskadi Gastronomica, take advantage of the opportunities offered at different times of the year and adapt their tourism services, taking into account seasonal products, market cuisines, the different gastronomic landscapes that each season offers, and the traditions linked to certain times of the year. A commitment to the local development of the region. They promote, these members, the consumption of local products by creating synergies with producers in the area for their commercialization and or consumption, and they also recommend to the customers local shops where they can buy the products. As you can see now in the slide, there are nearly 800 companies in this club of Euskadi Gastronomica in 16 different typologies. The endeavor of Basque government is to develop the gastronomy of Basque Country from the tourism point of view and help the companies of the club Euskadi Gastronomica become more competitive, innovative, and sustainable by paying attention at the roots, because they are our essence. We organize different trainings to the sector with the excellent collaboration of the Basque Culinary Center, as well as other government areas and private companies that let us deep in many training topics of great interest. As I said, it is a club of companies that share a unique working philosophy. Euskadi Basque Country is a small country that hosts a very important gastronomy galaxy. For such a small country, the excellence of many Basque restaurants never ceases to surprise us. Restaurants that season after season receive the recognition of the most prestigious food critics of the world. The presence of several of these among, we have in 50 best restaurants in the world, the 32-something Michelin stars, and more than 60 establishments recognized with approximately 100 Repsol Guide signs is proof of this. Also, it's very important digitalization. For us, it's a key to success. The member companies are professionals, have an easy and free access to the network, Euskadi Gastronomica, and the access to the promotional web with facilities in the processes. Very important for us, and we invest a lot of efforts in international touristic promotion. The Basque Country government makes all kinds of promotional actions in order to show the goodness of this country to all the visitors. Touristic international exhibitions, presentations, fun and press trips, a big effort that seeks to strengthen promotion and marketing in international and national markets. And also the development of a promotional and marketing support actions is absolutely necessary to encourage demand and increase the notoriety of the destination brand in the target markets. Gastronomy is in all our touristic plans. Living and experience provides unique learning. picking the grapes during the harvest, placing the cloth to make the cheese, pressing the apples that will be transformed into a cider, preparing the ingredients in a tapas workshop, guiding the flock of sheep are experiences that go beyond mere observation. The participants take an active part, share emotions, and enjoy an experience that will remain in their memories. We offer you plans and experiences already designed for you to enjoy the best of our gastronomy with all the senses. And now I invite you to watch a short video. And once again, ongi etorri, welcome to Basque Country and this wonderful town of Donostia San Sebastian. Thank you for listening.
Muchas gracias, Daniel.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Thanks for your intervention. As you can see, we are witnessing a good practice now, because the Basque Country and San Sebastián Donostia were probably the first territories to understand the significance of gastronomy as a vehicle, as an identity vehicle, as an expression vehicle. Gastronomy is a vector of social mobilization and of knowledge, and apart from that, as a key element to explain the tourist development. I think that you've explained it really well with your intervention, and taking into account that we've got Sandra there, I'd like to thank her the possibility of sharing with this panel, because the selection that has been done is great. Well, I would like to thank you and Sole and everybody involved for organizing this panel, because this is a great way to see from different perspectives how the world is connected through gastronomy, and how each territory is approaching that reality from a different point of view, but with a common thread. And I think I've been able to do something that I hadn't done for 20 years. Well, I think that picture is about 15 years old, so I'm 15 years older now, but But one thing I haven't been able to do for 20 years is finishing on time, and this usually has a prize because you've got some minutes to continue sharing. I've got a couple of questions, but I'd like the people from the audience, if you want to make any question, I'll be happy to give you my minutes. Okay. If not, I'll make my questions, the questions I had ready. Well, I'm going to start with my questions, and then you tell me if you think the panelists should answer them or not. When talking about the red thread, well, we found different elements, opportunities, and also threats that are common to all the territories and probably that are shared by the whole planet as far as it regards our approach to gastronomy tourism. We've identified in all these countries, in all these territories, and in many others, because we are reflecting a lot on that. Well, the most interesting things that are happening now in gastronomy tourism are happening in these secondary routes, in small villages where restaurants, small companies producing food, gardens, vegetable gardens, farms, wineries, organic wineries. So I think that the world can be transformed from small places. We found in Brazil, in Indonesia, in Spain, in the Basque Country, some of the most interesting things are happening in these small spots. So this is reflecting this back to the roots idea. Some young people are going back to the villages and they're activating a new ecosystem. For example, let's imagine a student that finished her studies at the Basque Culinary Center and goes back to a small village, and this person starts working with local producers and protecting the environment. And I'd like to share with you this reflection, how significant it is for gastronomy tourism, the emergency of these small stories that are happening in villages.
You can answer freely, because you're by my side, Anna. I think Brazil has some features.
Que dice, por ejemplo, creo que el queso.
And I think cheese is a good example.
Sanitaria muy rígida.
Because we had a very rigid legislation, and for handmade cheese, for instance, and now with the work of the producers, of the cheese producers in Brazil, we have now products with a higher value. And these people can now stay in their land and can live on tourism, not just on the sale of cheese, but also rural tourism and gastronomy tourism. And their sons who were living for cities are now staying because they have little households and they can share their experience with other people. I had a video to show, but we didn't have enough time, and I think the organizers will include it as part of the forum material that will be sent. I think it's interesting to talk about it because now cheese, it comes from a warranty origin. It's called Cera la Canastra, so it's got that origin label. It's done with raw milk, and it's the first food in Brazil that opts to be a World Heritage legacy by the UNESCO. And I think This is just one example. We also have honey, because we have 200 native bees in Brazil. And there's a chef, Caio, who confirmed it. This is something that started about 5 years ago as a gastronomy product. And a lot of value was added to its production chain. And same thing applies to fish, vegetables, and other things. Yes, and I'm sure it's the same for other people here. These experiences that are raising in these villages stop one of the ugliest dynamics that we have right now, which is depopulation of the rural areas. One way of having populations stay in rural areas is precisely to have this kind of initiatives that are attractive to them, that allow them to stay there. And gastronomy tourism represent an exceptional opportunity for that, I think. In the Basque country, I mean, if gastronomy is so important here, it's because of the rural pillar. The Basque cuisine tradition with the rural producers and our connection to nature makes the quality of the product to be very high, and it adds a value to the tourist's experience from a gastronomic point of view. So it's not just that gastronomy has to keep an eye on the fields, because all our products come from nature and from the fields, apart from food safety and food sovereignty, but also the fact of going back to the roots, back to the land and the producers, and taking care of them will allow us to have a first quality gastronomy. And that's how we see how big chefs with Michelin stars, with Repsol Sons, are constantly in touch with producers. This is crucial because we carry out a very important social policy. You were saying it, Iñaki. This is about giving value to the countryside, to the field, so that young people want to work on agriculture as their parents, as their grandparents did, but with an added value, with good margins, with good salaries, nice payments, fair payments, actually, for their products. And I think that when tourists look for quality gastronomy, it's a safe bet here in the Basque country. That's what all the gastronomy philosophy turns around. Apart from food, there's gastronomy. Let's talk about experiences. Tourists that take a plane, that come from another continent or cross Europe in a car, and they come here and they have an experience not just around the table, but also making cheese or with sheeps, with a show cooking or cooking tapas, and that's crucial. And if we don't involve the farmers, the producers, then I think there will be no future.
A mí me gustaría poner una mirada.
I'd like to bring in a different perspective. I think one of the most enriching things that we have in this agenda is a shift in the mindset. It doesn't mean that some people have problems and others don't, that some people are doing things right and the others not. But it's rather that sometimes we are successful and sometimes we all have issues to tackle. I think we've realized that there are many interesting spaces that lead to proposals that work at certain scales that cannot be necessarily translated to other places, but that inspire us to do things differently where we are. So I think there's a deep change of the mindset concerning gastronomy in its widest context. And there's also a shift of perspective on the starting point. Each starting point is different. Your starting point is yours. And you have to see how you can work from there so that you bring something interesting to the table. And biodiversity is increasingly valuable. Well, now, yes, we've run out of time. I'm sorry. I gave you the opportunity to ask questions before. I'm sorry, but right now we have to finish because the clock keeps ticking. And now we're going to finish. We would like to share the other question with you. Because of what we listened to this morning, what do we want to do in the next fora? We want to talk about the threat of foodification, this concept that we've all heard about, and we've voted that it's a very interesting thing to tackle for the future. And it also connects to the gentrification phenomenon, so that people are expelled from their territories, from the traditional lands. And that's linked to the gastronomy experience. Last year, 2022, a couple of writers and journalists from Turin wrote a very interesting essay, and I recommend you to read it. And it's called something like How Food Ate Our City, something like that. This is a free translation from the interpreter. And there's a banalization process of the culinary territory in their neighborhoods that starts to be a real issue. And they connect to some studies from the 90s in the United States, and they call of sort of elites in the traditional neighborhoods. And they link it to the traditional coffees that are for an elite when they ask for a cappuccino. So, and they were expelling the traditional functions. So they brought some new things in and expelled the traditional ones. Because you mentioned it this morning as an interesting topic to tackle next year, and we will know later on where it will take place. Well, this may be one of the topics we will talk about, because this phenomenon starts to be concerning for all of us. And this is an extension of another phenomenon that already concerned us before in the touristic industry. Thank you all very much for your fantastic interventions. Thanks to all the audience for staying there, for listening. I told you that you were right to stay this afternoon, because this round table was going to be fantastic, even if it's late on a Friday afternoon. Thank you very much, and see you around, and hopefully see you tonight at dinner. Thank you very much.
Please gather at the center of the stage for a group photo of this magnificent moment. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Well, as we get closer to the end of these 2 wonderful days, it's clear that only through joint collaboration we can move further. On this special occasion, we will witness the signature of a Memorandum of Understanding between UNWTO and the Collège Culinaire de France. I would like to kindly invite on the stage UNWTO Secretary General Surab Kolo-Likashvili and Celia Tunk, Secretary General of the Collège Culinaire de France. And this MOU formalizes the intention of both organizations to work together in promoting gastronomy tourism as a tool for socio-economic development and inclusion, particularly in its linkages to rural development while enhancing the relationship between food, producers and the tourism ecosystem. Officially signed, thank you very much. Let's continue, thank you very much. This year forum is almost getting to the end, but before closing, we would like to leave you with some insights to summarize these 2 amazing days. Let's look back to our 2 days of inspiration and what we should take away for the months and years to come. For this, I invite to the stage Sandra Carbao and David Mora.
I hope it works now. So good afternoon once again. Thank you very much to everyone who remained in the room until now. As Iñaki said, I think it was really worth staying a bit longer. I also want to take advantage of the moment to thank all the crew, all the team, different staff, Master of Ceremonies, crew from WTO, BCC, and staffing is also something to be said. And then we're going to present the 10 takeaways of this 8th edition before the location of next year forum will be released. It's been hard always to gather so many ideas that are said during these 2 days. But I think we always do make an effort to wrap it up. So 10 takeaways. We're going to start first with a good idea. I think we all agree that gastronomy currently is prestigious. Of course, we have all to take care of the food industry and the food system. But gastronomy tourism, we said it, we saw it in the morning, is on the rise. That's why, therefore, gastronomy destinations or destinations need to have a gastronomy tourism strategy. We have the guidelines, of course, involving all stakeholders. And we all, of course, have a responsibility, not only chefs, not only producers, to keep an eye on authenticity and preservation of traditions.
Thank you, David, and just want to echo David's words and thank everyone here for the excellent work, and also Sole, Chloe, and Alessandra from my team. Thank you for making this possible. As David said, it is prestigious, it is a focus increasingly from destinations, but also we saw during the forum that we need to have a broader approach to sustainability. We talked specifically about food waste today, obviously about the social impact also during the whole forum, but some key takeaways from the issue of food waste, local sourcing and waste measurement are key. If we don't measure, we don't know the impact. We've seen a super good example from the Green Ramadan that UNEP shared with us, and it showed it's possible to actually reduce the impact. We need to take into consideration the hierarchy of food. Iñaki said before that agriculture, you need to have it in mind when you sit in front of your dish, and I think this is the critical element. Technology, and we've seen the startups can help very, very dramatically. Legislation needs to be updated. We need regulation to be able to actually implement and have this impact positively, and governance and coordination, like any other areas, are key.
One idea is about what we have called living al fresco. Especially after the pandemic, we all became more outdoorsy. We want now to do things outside instead of being more secluded. This is a great opportunity to try to bring visitors to the countryside, try to offer them more experiential services related to food in our vineyards, olive tree fields, and so on and so forth. In your countries, I'm sure you can work on that, and so to bring visitors closer to producers and also, of course, increase expense.
And we also talked, as we have started with UNWTO Agenda for Africa, to put a spotlight on gastronomy tourism as a driver of sustainable development in Africa. We would like that this forum is also a continuation and a kickstart of another phase to actually build the gastronomy tourism roadmap for Africa with the different stakeholders and obviously with the destinations that we have here. It's one of the regions that we've tried to highlight, and we do think it can have an immense power of inclusion and development for Africa.
Another accommodation facility or type of accommodation that is very related to gastronomy and food production is agritourism. Agritourism saw a boom at the beginning of the century, then it went somehow sideways, and we have talked a lot, and some of the countries that were here present, like Bulgaria, some others, and also Greece, presented their strategy towards improving agritourism, and we think also that it's a great possibility to, so again, that visitors go to the countryside, also education for urban kids so that they know where milk comes from and not from the bottle, and also easier to generate a locally supplied stay, also increasing the expense on site.
And the big topic, if you remember in the survey this morning, the challenge between producers and chefs was we don't talk to each other. So this is very much the same in all the areas. So governance and coordination. We've seen also with the great examples of destinations in the previous panel that setting up a proper governance is essential. You need to have a system where all the stakeholders come together in a structure with a common roadmap. We also need to make sure that it's not only tourism and the traditional hospitality, but also the producers and the chefs in this ecosystem.
Doesn't work? Can you press the button? Thank you. Preserve traditions. Now there's a new elephant in the room that is called foodification. You're going to read a lot about it. Let's say we are losing authenticity in our gastronomic proposals at destinations, so we have to fight that foodification, enhance authenticity. First, we have to analyze what authenticity is or what authentic is. Also, we had a panel about denomination and indications of origin. This could, of course, also be potential tourist resources and recover old recipes, help this transfer of knowledge and heritage across generations. And this, in this case, academia, of course, institutions like the ones that are here present can also be valuable collaborators in this process of transfer.
And finally, education. I think it's been something that has been horizontal to all the discussions, the need to advance education, and not only in hospitality, but also from the small producers, and give them skills to actually be able to develop the product, as we saw this morning. And also consumers, especially on food waste. That was one of the priorities that came in the survey as well, as you've seen, was to raise awareness among consumers. And this will all actually be impacting the food chain. So education at the center of the process.
Well, in case somebody didn't notice, the pictures behind our typical Basque pincho snack food from our region. Okay, this is typical tortilla de patatas, always. Yeah, we also had the session from with Rafa Tonon this morning, who is already flying back to Portugal, and he was still talking a lot about stories, how important stories are. Yes, we have to tell stories. Of course, we are all marketeers, but don't fake it. Don't overwhelm the client with too much information. Don't overpromise. So keep it real, keep it honest, keep it humble, and always respecting traditions and traditions and customs of the communities.
Thank you, David. And finally, the last conclusion that took us here to this magnificent place in San Sebastian. We were back to the roots physically, but also in the spirit of this conference, we need to put producers at the center of this discussion. It came very strongly from your survey as well. We need to create institutions and networks that facilitate the work of small-scale producers, educate and give them skills development, as I mentioned, and be able to work with them to experience design, legislation, and reducing the gap. Someone mentioned this morning about the difficulties sometimes of negotiation of small producers with the hospitality sector. So definitely, I think the main conclusion of our Back to Roots is we need to work with those producers to empower them to actually make a difference. Thank you, David, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, David. Muchísimas gracias por estas.
Thank you for the very interesting conclusions. It's been a pleasure to have you here in San Sebastian. And the time has come now, the time to say goodbye. This year we've had conversation, extremely interesting panels. And to start this closing session, I'm going to invite again the UNWTO Secretary General, Mr. Zurav Pololikashvili.
Gracias. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for your participation. I know that there were two very interesting days, and we've had the possibility to contact new colleagues. I've just signed a contract with the Collège Culinaire. France is a great leader in the world from the gastronomy point of view, so I think no comment is required. I'm also very happy that we have a new partner, and it's a pity that, well, we are very close to France. Here we can carry out projects, and, well, President, I am really happy to have you as my new friend, my new partner for this project. So we've spent 2 days developing gastronomy tourism. It's again a great forum I really love. I think that we are going to repeat next year. Every year is more successful. This year there was a word that never appeared in the previous forum, which was Africa. Africa is the future for tourism, and it's a great pleasure to have here the First Lady of Zimbabwe.
continent on a gastronomy for the first time ever. We had several friends, colleagues, chefs coming from Africa, but institutionally it's the first time when we have such high-level representatives. We are committed to continue, and we are talking now, me and Jose Mari, next year to organize something strong, something big in the region, because African continent needs our support to internationalize more, to promote more African gastronomy, and next year maybe will be the time when we will do something. I don't know, and don't ask me where, with all our efforts. Now, with the permission of my dear partner, Jose Mari, I will announce about next 9th edition. I mean, the Africa we will do specially dedicated for region and continent. I'm sure that very soon we will do World Gastronomy Forum. 9 is done, I will announce now. 10 will be again, and it's jubilee of this fantastic forum in San Sebastian. We can think about 11th edition. We have to prepare well, but next time I promise that in Africa we'll have something big, something important. First time ever in the history of the gastronomy of tourism of Africa. Next year, with the permission of Jose Mari, thank you. We will do also first historic gastronomy forum in Middle East. We never did, and we never do nothing in Middle East. Tonight we will have first opportunity to try here in San Sebastian, very different, very unique, very interesting, and something new in gastronomy industry. Next year of our gastronomy forum, we decided all of us will be in Bahrain, in very lovely and very interesting place. I see that it's very emotional. All of you approved by acclamation. It never happened. You know, sometimes people are bored. Why Bahrain? Why not here? Why not there? But we're very happy to see that you are very patient about it. We will be all of us there with more international presence, and I think it will be interesting. Again, the Middle East has the same. Last year, Qatar hosted World Cup. Nobody knows about Qatari gastronomy, nothing, I'm sure. And nobody knows about Saudis who are investing in trillions of investments in tourism in Bahrain. And only one country, all of you know, could be Lebanon, because Lebanese gastronomy is quite known. They are very good sailors, like Italians, you know, and I think Alessandra, and I think that will be a very important and strong step to promote gastronomy of Middle East, of course with Sandra, and I want to give special applauses and thanks where she is for organizing last 8 events. Sandra, gracias por tu apoyo. Ella con Jose Mari es una
she and Jose Mari are the architects of this forum. And, well, I'm just going to say goodbye. We are going to taste the Arab food. This afternoon, we've got important chefs cooking some food for tonight. For tonight's dinner. I'd like to thank you, your interest, your work, and see you in many future occasions in different regions. Finally, I want to tell you something. We've decided to create this type of regional fora. We can't announce where because we are dealing with opportunities, and we think that this synergy, this driving force can be exported to the different regions. So next year, we'll organize regional fora in different parts of the world. One that we've confirmed is Mexico in America. Is that confirmed? Sandra doesn't say anything, so it's not confirmed yet, okay? Thank you so much. And now we are going to give the floor to our beloved Jose Mari. Thanks, Jose Mari.
Lo cierto es que no necesita presentación.
Well, I think he doesn't need any introduction, but Jose Mari, you've got the floor.
I have almost nothing to say. No, really, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to spend these 2 days, and yeah, so many reflections, so many conversations. It's been a pleasure also to listen and to share what has happened in this stage, but also what has happened during the breaks, the lunches, also to receive you last night at the Basque Culinary Center, tonight again to enjoy the food and the gastronomy of Bahrain. It will be a pleasure to co-organize this forum next year. I think also every time we co-organize this, it's an opportunity to understand the gastronomy of the territory and to share to all the participants. And I would like to ask an applause also to all the teams, WTO teams, BCC teams, that during so many months they have been working in this initiative. And yeah, I mean, 2 organizations with different visions, but working together is a real pleasure, Secretary General. And thank you so much, and applause, please. Y lo dicho, hoy a la noche.
As I said, tonight we'll meet at the Basque Culinary Center, and for those of you who will attend any of the excursions, you'll have the practical opportunity to visit different territories, different experiences in the Basque Country, and I hope that you enjoy the weekend. Thank you so much.
Eskerrik asko, Aizega jauna. Bueno, a continuación, una vez que ya...
Now, once that we know when next year's forum is going to be celebrated, we are going to see a little bit more about that location.
Wonderful. It's the first time that the forum will be held in the Middle East, where the government will be hosting the 9th UNWTO World Forum on Gastronomy Tourism. Unfortunately, he couldn't join us today, but Dr. Nasser Keri, CEO of the Bahrain Tourism and Exhibition Authority, sent us a special message to all of us.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you from Bahrain. Greetings from the Kingdom of Bahrain, where we are happy to be participating in this year's Global Gastronomy Conference taking place in Spain. We would like to take this opportunity to give our sincere thanks to the General Secretariat of the UNWTO and the Secretary General and the executive team and staff of the organization for their consistent support and attention to enhancing our ability to communicate and meet in these important gatherings. The UNWTO Global Gastronomy Conference is an extremely important event in the calendar of the tourism activities of the year. We have been looking forward to this participation for some time, and where we do feel that obviously the gastronomy sector is an important segment of the global tourism industry and a sector which is continuously emerging and developing new opportunities as we see a strong tourism rebound in the global national economy. We are pleased, of course, to say that Bahrain has been playing an important lead role in the gastronomical tourism landscape in the region. We have always historically been a target tourism destination when it comes to culinary attractions and experiences with our world-class dining districts and unique culinary cuisine that is very distinguished by the character of Bahrain and its island identity in the Middle East. We are, of course, looking into developing multiple new initiatives that are looking to spearhead this. Bahrain received over 10 million tourists in 2022, which represented a significant recovery milestone for the country. And with a population of 1.6 million, you can imagine the multiplier that this causes in terms of the economic impact of tourism to Bahrain as one of the smallest countries in the region, but one of the ones that has a very large footprint when it comes to its impact on the tourism landscape, and both in terms of projects, initiatives, and activities. We look forward to the upcoming General Assembly taking place in Uzbekistan, where we can elaborate a little bit further about more of the initiatives that are taking place. But I would like mostly to take this opportunity to thank you all for your support in designating Bahrain as the host country for 2024 UNWTO Global Gastronomy Conference, where we promise to develop an extensive program to both inform, nurture and showcase the culinary potential of Bahrain as a tourism destination, and how we would like to work with most countries around the world, and how we can develop this segment further through investment, through knowledge sharing, as well as showcasing the culture and unique heritage that the culinary landscape of every country has as a marketing tool to promote themselves as a destination. So we are greatly looking forward to welcoming you in Bahrain next year. We do have a showcase and a teaser of what you can experience, and we welcome you to a hosted dining experience with a very important chef, Tala Bashmi, a leading chef in Bahrain, who will be able to take you on a culinary journey and experience of what Bahrain's gastronomical landscape looks like, give you a taste of things to come with some entertainment as well. Hopefully as a snapshot and a little bit of a teaser what you can experience in Bahrain. In Bahrain, we hope to make the next gastronomical forum something significant and major, where we'll be able to really engage with you on how we can access opportunities globally, regionally, and how we can utilize our resources to showcase gastronomy as a key tool to communicate tourism offerings, as to enhance tourism experiences, and create and reinforce the identity of different countries when it comes to this unique offering. So we thank you very much for your attention. I would like to thank you personally and welcome you to Bahrain next year. I will be happy to engage with you further and hope to meet you more at the UNWTO General Assembly meeting in Uzbekistan later this month. But in the meantime, enjoy, welcome to Bahrain, and hope to see you soon.
Magnífico lugar que nos acogerá el próximo.
Wonderful place that will host us next year.
In Manama, Bahrain. It has been a great pleasure to join you on this occasion. We thank all who have come to Donostia San Sebastián, as well as those following us online for your presence, and all speakers for their great insights and for sharing their experiences and knowledge. Por cierto, todas las sesiones,
all the sessions, even all the recordings, everything will be available at the forum website. A couple of warnings. At 6:30, the bus is coming to pick you up in the same place where it left you. And for all those people who want to attend the closing reception at the Basque Culinary Center, I have to tell you that the bus route will start at 8 o'clock.
One of the technical visits tomorrow. Make sure to be ready tomorrow for a great experience. Have a pleasant evening. I hope you continue enjoying. There is a change. Thank you. El autobús será a las 6, no a las 6.
The bus will depart at 6, not at 6:30, at 6 o'clock. It will pick you up on at the same spot where it left you. So see you next year in Bahrain. Thank you so much.